Oh, boys and girls, how we doing? Good morning, welcome in, welcome. Hope everybody had a wonderful weekend. I got back late yesterday, caught the last couple of UFC fights, and then had to go to bed. So I've been out of action World of Warcraft wise for 3 days. It feels like nearly forever. Can I guess the Dream Warden Antlers price when people get recipes from the raid and are ready to craft? I'm quite sure we can talk all things Antlers today. We can talk all things Awakened Ire today. I'm sure the options are there. No doubt. I tell you what, missing a couple of days at the beginning of a patch feels very odd. Feels very odd. I could have done with not going away this weekend, but it was fun all the same. Not as relaxing as I'd have liked it to have been, but fun all the same. That probably means I've got nothing in the auction house, correct? Probably also, I'll tell you what, let's start with some theory here. Dreaming Antler Fragments, there's only 700 of them up on the auction house. Their price is actually going up. This means that people have started to buy them. This means people are starting to stockpile these now. People are squirreling these away. These dipped sort of as low as... The lowest price I saw these go for was like 7k. But they've clearly gone up a little bit since then. So, you know, 14k right now. People seem to have started buying some of them. The question is how many are people buying and at what sort of prices? People are trying to get in and get out, maybe. Who knows? There's still a couple of days before anybody can even get a recipe that uses these things, though. That quantity, though, that's not as many as I'd have expected there to be, so there's some room to move there. Awakened Ire's probably been doing very well as well, with all of the PvP stuff. And some seemingly well-documented... proof of concept, should we say, with the PvP market, which is quite cool. Awakened Ire, 500 gold plus. Jesus, to the moon, Oh well, that's somebody doing silly business, isn't it? It's clearly somebody's just reset that to 500 gold. Somebody's gone in all out. Somebody's gone all in on that one. Fair play.
Is that your wallet? Or are you just glad to see me?
Baitoshu with the Prime, thank you very much, I appreciate it. I apologise, I've probably completely butchered that name. Baitoshu, thank you very much, appreciate it, welcome in. 750 gold a piece over on US. Yeah, I think the see, this is the thing, right? The PvP gear is... We kind of had a good suspicion. This is why I put it very first in my video I did last week for Goldmaking. We had a suspicion that because the price was going to rise, the item level was going to rise so heavily in this patch, that basic early PvP set might look a lot more attractive to a lot of players, even people who don't particularly care about PvP. It's just, you know, a good, solid, easy, buy it off the auction house set of, you know, verdant gear. It's just, you know, it's just a solid set of 412 gear, right? You got to remember that everybody was leaving. Everybody, like, people who didn't raid or people who didn't do Mythic Plus too much last season were probably running round towards the end with, like, at best 415 gear for the most part. At absolute best. Maybe a few slots of 415. But the Dream Surge gear was 402, wasn't it? So at 402 gear to be able to roll in and pick up some 412 gear, then, well, all of a sudden that starts to look, you know, pretty good. So it's no surprise that it was quite popular. And I say was, it probably still is, isn't it? But it's, people have got... Once you actually get into the Emerald Dream, it's very quick and easy to get sort of 415 plus gear. If you just search the auction house now, what is it looking like when you just say, oh, okay, not with that search term. So you can 424 gear is like really easy to come by now. the wind the like the questing set is readily available and is clearly being priced according to what the PvP gear is. So, you know, PvP gear is 412. You can post the 424 world drop or zone drop gear for a little bit more. I've ended all the greens. Oh, I'm sure many people did. There's periods in time. Well, it's only really the 424 stuff that you'll see any success on. Anything less than that is like, probably not. You can see the full set of PvP gear here. Look, at 412. Why are the boots at 19,000 gold? All right, fine. What are the recipes at nowadays? Yeah, see, the recipes are still big business. Look, the recipes are still like big money. Big money. They'll stay big money because there's no reason to push the price down on these. Oh, I had a busy. I don't usually like to drink Red Bull. I love the taste of Red Bull, but I just know how aggressively bad it is. But I was up early this morning. I had to go to the store. We had no food in the house. It was needed. It was needed. Can you please remind me where to farm the new enchanting crest recipes? The easiest way to get them is from treasures. You just fly around the new zone and loot treasures. And were you successful in monetizing the pelts from skinning? I've not done too much of the skinning. Honestly, my play was Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Wednesday we were leveling alt to 10. We didn't really do much else. Thursday I was leveling the main to, what did we get him to, 14. Friday we dilly-dallied about in the new zone and took it easy. And then Saturday, Sunday, I've not been here. I didn't even log on to the game for 2 days. So I'm playing catch up. This first week was a chill week anyway. There's nothing really. You could potter around. You could do a few things. You could play with some crafted PvP gear or whatever. But this first week's pretty chill. Zan was looking at some of the regular greens, basically saying that the mogs were so good that they might be worth picking up and throwing in the bank for a year or two for good profit. Zone greens often are. If they are part of a set, if they're specifically part of a set, there's some value in that. What you've also got to remember is a lot of this new stuff that they make, it's unique appearance as well. This is what you kind of forget, that it is unique appearance for the most part. Can we get rid of just the PvP stuff? Obviously not the big things. But I haven't got ATT on this account, but yeah, there's a large part of it where you realise that, hang on, a lot of this is unique appearance. A lot of this will be of value eventually. But that's only really to like very strict sort of collectors, I think, for the most part. Horribly busy last week. Got a nightmarish weekend just picking it up now. Got Dotty an hour ago though. Hey, I'm glad people are still getting their Dotty pets. We're almost on to the new one, aren't we? We're almost on to the new one. Goodbye. Starts tomorrow, I guess. Right, let me get some things listed though. I've not dealt with any auctions for days. I'm so behind. That is until Student makes a farm video and people 2x4 the shit out the zone. Well, this is also a thing. What we also don't necessarily know, like from a Transmog is going to get flipped on its head. I can't wait till 11.0. And there's actually also rumours I've heard that this Warband stuff might be coming. That the likelihood is the Warbands is such a significant change to the underlying code of the game, right? It's at face value, Warbands isn't going to make a huge difference to players because, oh, well, now my ult is in the same Warband as my main. It doesn't really, oh, now I have a shared bank, cool. But the underlying code to the game is going to be drastically changed to implement these Warbands. And one outcome of that is probably that they're going to want to push it before 11.0, even though it's going to be titled as an expansion feature. I would expect to get Warbands in 10.2.7 at the very latest pre-patch. But I suspect that they're going to want to push these Warbands a little bit earlier to give them time to be broken, to give them time to fix any bugs, to give them time to fix any exploits before it goes fully live with an expansion. Because obviously with an expansion launch, I guess most of the devs end up being very busy doing other more important things than bug fixing. You could argue there's really nothing more important than bug fixing in a game like this, but you know, priorities be priorities. But I suspect the Warbands will be a 10.2.7 thing. Makes sense for them to push the Warbands at the end instead of 11.0. Yeah, they they did this. Look what happened with the commodities going region wide on the auction house. That was a 9.2.7 thing, and that caused absolute chaos in the game for a few days because the auction house just stopped. Like the auction house was just busted for the best part of a week. You cannot have that level of instability at the launch of an expansion, so they've got to get that out of the way in a more quiet period, I think, or at least that makes sense. But we'll see. We got loads of time though. This is the one thing we've got to be aware of. We got loads of time. One thing I want to do today, I might casually do this as I'm posting some auctions on some realms actually, is I want to watch the Q&A. I haven't watched the Q&A. I'm sure some of you probably already have, but I haven't watched the Q&A, and I want to see what was thrown up there, see what people's questions were. More importantly, I want to see which questions Blizzard chose to answer. This is why I feel that they didn't do a live Q&A at BlizzCon. I think they were probably less than confident answering random questions live with very little vetting of the question before it gets published to the world. On-the-spot questioning gets a little bit risky. You know, in previous years when BlizzCon hasn't been like freely published to everybody for free, you know, they can control what goes out to the masses a little bit more easily, but yeah, so I want to watch that. Maybe when I go through and list some pets, I'll watch the Q&A at the same time. Those first couple of days were fun on stream, watching you offload all of the trash materials almost instantly. It was mental. It was actually mental. And I think that some of the changes coming in 11.0 might affect the transmog market in a similar fashion. Two things might happen. People that have been historically put off farming transmog simply because, well, if I run a dungeon on a clothy and a piece of plate, a rare plate shoulders drop, then I run on my warrior to try and get the same plate shoulders, and then a rare piece of cloth drops. It just feels bad, right? It feels so annoying to get something for the wrong class that you have to vendor, get 6 gold for, and yet you don't get the appearance from. With them changing it so that you can harvest all of the appearances. Obviously, you can't equip the gear or equip the appearances, but you can harvest the appearances for your other toons. That might actually incentivize a lot of players to go out and start farming transmog, just because they now see it as a worthwhile adventure that they can actually work towards, like completing their wardrobes and stuff. So there might actually be an uptick in the amount of people that even think about transmog from a farming perspective. That might also then mean that there'll be a huge flood of, BOEs hitting the auction house. But at the same time, there might also be a huge flood of people looking to buy them. So, all news is good news in that regard, I think. But if this warband stuff makes it so if we have a universal account-wide level pool of gold, it means buying a cheap piece of transmog off another realm becomes like a 2-minute job, right? You log on, you load a character, you make a character on that server, you take them to the auction house and you buy the thing. There's no transferring gold. There's none of this business. It's like almost instant. So, a lot could change. A lot could change. And it could be quite an exciting time. Do I need to make the whole 7 of 7 campaign to open the portal? No. I'm assuming you're talking about the portal from Valdrakken to the Emerald Dream. That opens up after you've done like the first chapter of the campaign, I think. You can't do 7 of 7 of the campaign anyway. You can only do the first 4 chapters so far. I don't know exactly when the portal opens, but it opened up pretty quick. So, pretty sure the global gold will just be gold deposited to the war bank, similar to guild banks now. I think it might just show your entire account's leveled gold. I don't think it will. It will just become an account-wide currency that any characters can dip into. I'm surprised that sort of technology hasn't been added previously, but the only problem with them doing all of this is it's so easy for them to accidentally leave some sort of duplication in there. This is what they've got to be super careful with about this warband stuff, is they don't make it so that people can just duplicate items, duplicate gold. Duplicating gold is obviously the worst one, because that has infinite problems, but it could be, yeah, it could be. If you check the screenshot from BlizzCon, be able to deposit gold into the Warband bank if it's a real global. You got to remember, all the screenshots from BlizzCon are like concept art. Don't by any means think there's any actual code behind those images. They are just Photoshop mock-ups. That's just concept art, I would imagine. Even if they've started work on it, that's to, that's to showcase what might be a thing. It doesn't mean that's exactly what they plan on doing. Or at least that's kind of usually how it goes. Could you imagine if you're only allowed to have 1 gold cap across all of your characters? Oh, there's no way that they'd do anything like that. Like, there is no need for there to be any limit nowadays. There was technical, back in the early days of World of Warcraft, there was technical limitations to how much gold you could have anyway. Nowadays, there really isn't any limitation. You got to remember, when World of Warcraft first came out, it was a 32-bit client, which is why we had that really random number as a gold cap back in the day of like 214,000 gold or something. Was the largest you could have. Now there's just no limit. There's no limit to the amount of gold you could have. You can have a really big integer as your gold total. There's no issues there at all. To limit you to 1 gold, I mean that just doesn't work. There is thousands of people with more gold than that as it stands already. So. There are also people sharing their Battle.net account with family. If there's a global gold, that could be a cause for a problem for that. Well, I actually think if you read through the terms and conditions, you're not meant to share your account with anybody, so that's on you. But yeah, it would be... I don't disagree. It would be wild if they did put a hard cap on the amount of gold you could have. That'd be a very interesting approach to things. There is still a limit, but what is that? With a 64-bit signed integer. I mean, that's like some 100 bajillion gold, yeah. There's probably not even that much gold in the entire economy. K-Jack would be crying himself to sleep. I think he'd be fine. Yeah, he'll be poor by the time flipping. He'll be poor by the time the new expansion comes out if he keeps playing Rumble. Casually dropping a gold cap in Rumble every other day. That's going to get expensive quite quickly. I'm still proud about the fact that I have not converted any gold into... I have not spent any WoW gold into Rumble gold yet. On my main account for Rumble, I don't think I will. But I'm very tempted to whale out on a second account just for like video purposes. For the second channel, for the Rumble channel. I haven't checked the Rumble channel actually. It's probably quite quiet at the moment, the Rumble channel actually. I've not posted a video over there for a few days. I've not done anything for a few days. This is why I don't like having days off. Does anybody else feel this, right? Does anybody else feel like they have 2 days off and then their brain is just completely reset and then all of a sudden, you know, nothing works? I can take a day off from time to time, but 2 days in a row makes my brain just fall apart. If I take 2 days off, it takes me 2 days to get back into the swing of things again. So it basically means I'm being inefficient for 4 days straight. Can't do it. I don't like it. I don't like it. I'd much rather work 7 days a week, but only work like 4 hours a day. That'd be much easier. I was sick for a couple of work days and felt like I had brain rot when I had to start working again. Yeah, I don't know what it is. I guess it's I know I'm super lucky that I get to do this as a job, and I get to, you know, practically play video games for a living, and so I know that I enjoy what I do so much that it doesn't technically feel like work. So I guess the thought of doing it for 7 days a week instead of 5 is probably fine, but. I've spent so much on Rumble already, so much so that it doesn't feel exciting anymore. It all just becomes numbers. Well, this is kind of what I want to avoid with Rumble, right? Because leveling up, and it's the journey. I say this all the time about gold making in WoW, right? I much prefer the journey of going somewhere. Once I've got there, it's dull as all. It's, you know, it's super dull, super boring. Legos in Shadowlands, the most ridiculously overpowered, broken goal-making system ever implemented in the game, was really fun whilst you were desperately scrapping to level it all up and crafting legendaries to then resell to get the gold back, to buy materials to craft more legendaries to repeat the process. But once I'd got every single recipe rank 4 capped, GG well played, it got so boring so quickly. I think Rumble's the same, right? Like scrapping and playing and working your way up and slowly fighting against each heroic campaign quest, slowly working your way up the PvP ladder. All of this, I think, is where, you know, where the enjoyment is in the game. If you cap your account because you swipe or you cash in WoW Gold, it might not feel anywhere near as fun. But we'll see, we'll see. I want to get into gold farming and don't know where to start. What would you recommend? I would make sure before you get into any form of gold making, you understand the landscape and you set realistic expectations for yourself. To clarify, average Joe can probably make between 5,000 to 10,000 gold an hour right now. Average Joe. There are certainly some things that you could be doing to improve that. There are sort of occasional things that pop up that will allow you to do more than that. But the reality is what the reality is, and it's for the most part, on average, you're probably only making 5,000 to 10,000 gold an hour. Something might spike, something might become more popular, something might become, you know, flavor of the day, flavor of the week, flavor of the month. But very quickly that will die off and you'll have to find something else to farm. So if you go in with the expectation that that's roughly what you're going to come out with, if you're happy with that, then fine. But also be aware that if you're even the expectation of farming to make the game free, I don't feel is very realistic nowadays based on how much the tokens are. When you look at a 400,000 gold token, 1 month of game time is going to take you somewhere in the region of 40 hours plus of farming. That's an outrageous amount of farming for a month of game time, you know. You'd have to dedicate 10 hours a week to just farming just to be able to play the game. You know, that becomes a job at that point, which is a problem. But yeah, when it comes to starting out, especially if you want to go the farming route, farm for something that you want. And if you happen to make gold at the same time, consider it a bonus. That's if you want to collect all the mounts, go out and farm the mounts. If you want to collect all the pets, go out and farm the pets. In case of pets, if you get any bonus pets or spare pets, then you can sell those. Same with Transmog. Go out with the intention of completing your collection, because if you're doing it for yourself first, you'll find it far more enjoyable, and then you won't worry about making all of the gold. It won't, you know, you'll be doing something that you actually want to do. Right, there's half of my trash posted on the auction house. What I also have a suspicion is that I have a bunch of stuff that is skipped because it does not have... It's not in groups for stuff. Now this is either because... I don't know why this is because, but let's take a look real quick if we need to put some stuff in groups. Arachnaflame treads. Transmog. Probably Transmog, although I don't strictly know why I've got that, since it's so aggressively cheap, but whatever. Cosmetic. I've actually got a lot of stuff in my bags that just doesn't need to be in my bags, don't I? By the looks of things. This is another one of those scenarios where item level actually matters. Or it matters currently. Maybe we just don't post after that. Let me put some stuff in the bank real quick. You. These are bonus ones. All this Dream Surge gear. Every time I... oh! Huh. Well, that I didn't realise. All the Dreambound gear is now item level 415. Up from 402. They didn't... Huh. Why? Okay. Okay. So... Okay. So the... I guess hindsight matters here then, right? So I guess actually the theory here with this was that the Dreambound gear, you should have never equipped it. You should have waited for the patch to go live. So they boosted it all from 402 to 415. Then you should have made your gear. So anybody running around in a 402 set of gear now that they farmed from Dreambound gear, you just got dumped on from a great height. Because if you hadn't bothered, you'd now have 415 gear. What a stupid game. What an absolutely stupid game. Do you think the Rumble would have had an impact on the token price? Probably not. No, probably not. I don't think there's realistically, I don't think there's enough, should we say, millionaire, billionaire goblins out there that are willing to cash out that much into Rumble. I don't think it'll have made much difference. I suddenly understood what you meant by the grid slot machine. I can't remember exactly what words you used, but now I'm just spending to pop up the green and blue upgrades when I feel some excitement. After I get a large sample size, I'll tell you how many 1-stars you need to spend on average to spawn a green or blue. I've seen very, very few uncommon or rare upgrades straight from the grid, but it is like, I use the one-arm bandit thing. You're just pulling the lever to see what you get, yeah. You can get 2 428s, which are then upgradable for 450 from a single Dream Surge and from a Rift. I saw this. So you can upgrade them to 450, you can catalyst them, and then you can have your 4-piece, admittedly last tiers set, but at 450 item level, which is basically like having Mythic tier set from last patch, which going into this patch, now I know admittedly 447 is LFR level gear, but for somebody like me that doesn't particularly do much more than LFR anyway, a 450 set of even last tier's 4-piece is quite attractive. Definitely worth doing. Something that I will probably go and make sure I've done a Rift and I've made sure that I've done a Dream Surge so I can do just that. Because, I mean, at the end of the day, why not? If I end up replacing them with Season 3 tier, great, but, you know. It's kind of weird how they do that. Like, that's just odd, right? That they've just artificially given these a huge bump. And it feels very strange. I share my opinion on this far too frequently, though. I've for the longest of time thought that the catch-up systems have got out of hand. I think they've just become too much. It's no longer a catch-up when people actively choose to just wait for it to happen, and it actually then becomes detrimental to the natural sort of path of the game, if that makes sense. I think catch-up has got way out of hand. Is this all? This is just all bonus gear. That's fine. That can stay in the bags. It's going to be the way moving forward. Within a week, you can easily catch up via multiple routes. I think it's a good thing overall. Really values players' time more, allows you to take a break for a season or two without huge penalties. I mean, there's an element of that, but I think I think the catch up they give you the catch up too early. I think, like when you have catch up mechanics within the same patch. Right, like this time round, for example, the catalyst system is available from like day one. Why is the catalyst open so early? That was in theory initially, that was implemented as a catch-up system in the first place. Now it's the catalyst is just there day one, and it means that you have, I don't know, it takes away a lot of the RPG-ness for me. If you play this game for 4 weeks straight, you will have your full set of gear. No questions about it. Because if you don't get it from actually going out playing the game, or you don't get the right piece from going out playing the game, should I say, you can just convert a piece that you have got into the actual piece that you really do want. That's not very RPG to me, but I don't know. I've been away for a year, I only want to raid, but I can be up to speed and ready to raid with my buddies. That's what they're going for. From that perspective, I get it. Yeah, from that perspective, I definitely get it. If you've taken a long break and are dipping back into the expansion right here, right now, that it's helpful to have something, I guess, but I don't know. I think no longer is it like you've got catch up and you've got bad luck protection and all of these extra things are just, there's too many safety nets. There's too many safety nets. It means that you can basically get away with not even really playing and you'll still end up being geared. I don't know. I genuinely think this is why Classic is just absolutely blasting right now. I think Classic's like having an absolute field day because the RPG element of the game is just so much stronger in Classic. Retail has become super arcade mode. Leveling is basically instant. You can get geared up and ready to step foot into the raid almost with no effort. It's super arcadey, dip in and out arcade mode. Whereas Classic is there's that little bit more actual sense of progression. It takes you a long time to level your character. You are by no means guaranteed any gear at top end, but at least you know the raids topple over a bit easier and whatever. Didn't they change the catalyst a few days ago so you can't get your 450 gear anymore? Oh, I don't know. I made a new character and in a week I was fully epic geared, 440 item level, so easy. And when it's so easy that it loses its meaning. Yeah, this is one of my arguments for the leveling. I think they need to make leveling slower. I think leveling's way too fast nowadays. They either need to just completely get rid of the concept of leveling and either allow you to make a character, make it so that characters don't have levels anymore. Just let item level be the leveling. If you're going to go that, like, it's at a point right now where leveling is so fast it doesn't mean anything. It doesn't teach you anything and it doesn't particularly mean anything. Or slow it down, slow leveling down a lot, make it be so that leveling actually is part of the progression, and maybe even every time there's a new expansion, integrate new leveling paths, new quests in the old zones even, so that when you are leveling it still means something, or I don't know. I think leveling's far too fast. You ding max level and then you're fully geared. You can do it in a weekend. You can sit down on a Friday evening and you can start a brand new character, and by Sunday afternoon you can be mythic geared. It's just mad fast. Absolutely mental level fast. And then Blizzard wonders at the same time, and everybody else also wonders at the same time, why it feels as if, they blast through the content. It's too quick. Way too quick. Have they eased up on the auction house throttling? I don't think so. I think it's still limited to the same amount. It's just, people aren't... Posting was never really a problem. It was cancel scanner. It was cancelling where the throttle really hit you. If you were cancelling more than like 60 auctions, it used to slap you in the face really hard. Now, not so much, because most people aren't cancel scanning anywhere near as aggressively. I preferred leveling when you had XP pots, heirlooms, speed gear to make it a little bit of a difference. Now it's just meh. Yeah, I don't even see many people really going out of their way to use heirlooms or anything anymore. It's like the time and the effort, or should I even say the cost implications of just buying the heirlooms, because they're not cheap, especially if you upgrade them every expansion. Just getting your heirlooms ends up being quite an expensive thing for a lot of people. Then on top of that, like the time of setting up, you could have gained, in the time it takes you to get your, sort out your heirlooms for a new character or something, you could have gained 20 levels anyway. You could have been halfway there. play devil's advocate, they're tailoring the leveling experience as much as possible to make it accessible, not too tiresome for new players. From this point of view, I think it's improved. We need the new bloods to stay and not get too bored. The leveling experience should be tailored to these new folks, not as veterans, for the future of the game. But at the same time, the leveling experience going into going into the new expansion is going to be much better. The problem right now is people are forced through BFA. Forcing new players through BFA, I think, is a terrible experience. It has been made a little bit smoother, but forcing people through BFA for their first level through of the game, for starters, it just doesn't make any sense to me. Like, you buy into a game, you buy the Dragon expansion, and your first 15 hours of experience is 2 expansions back. It's like, hello? Like, what am I doing over here? Why is it? And more importantly, maybe if you are oblivious and you just think this is the experience because, you know, a brand new fresh set of eyes, you start figuring out all of these leveling zones and all of these storylines and bits and pieces, and then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, boom, none of that matters whatsoever. Now you go to the Dragon Isles and now you've got a dragon storyline. It's like, what? Huh? It doesn't make any sense. And I've thought this for years. I've thought that Blizzard's retention on new players, I think, is horrendous. And I think this comes back to your point a minute ago, that they need to nurture the new players to this game better. I think this is partly why the game feels so much like it's just full of old school boomer veterans now. Because I reckon the brand new people coming back, brand new people playing the game now, probably don't even hit max level. They're like I thought I was playing with dragons. Like, what? All of those streamers I've seen, they're off flying on dragons. Why the flipping hell am I running around like in BFA? I swear their retention rate is probably horrendous. I've watched a lot of those YouTube videos from I haven't played in 10 years or the first time playing WoW. All of them complained about being the champion too, but I think they recognise that now. Yeah, being the champion was... that's also not very RPG. You can't instantly be the champion. You work towards that. That's the role-playing aspect. You start as the lowly squire and you work your way up through the ranks. Eventually you should aspire to be the champion. You shouldn't literally, very first quest of the game, get told, right, you are the champion and you're going to save the world. If you want that, you go play Spider-Man. Like, that's I don't know. Battle for Azeroth was probably considered a good... Well, it was the first modern leveling experience, wasn't it? This is probably why they stuck with it. It was the first more modern leveling experience, which was fine for an expansion, but I don't think it's very good at all as the core leveling experience, especially the very first time you play the game. I just wonder how because Final Fantasy is seemingly famous at this point for having quite literally 100 hours of main story quest lines, or MSQ as it's often short formed over in Final Fantasy land. Quite often hundreds of hours of storyline to play through. And people don't seem anywhere near us. People are more than willing to just very casually, at their own pace, work through all the main storyline. Like, knowing that they will get to the end game, that they will get to max level, that they will get to all of that eventually, if you can enjoy the first 400 hours of playing an MMO for the storyline and for the leveling experience, many years after the expansion, after the game is launched, that is a massive success. That is a big W. Blizzard needs to try and learn from that. Nobody ever, I don't know anybody who plays this game that either starts playing this game or has played this game for a long time that would willingly and actively go back and enjoy slowly working through the story. I don't think like, this is why the Zerg mentality for alts is such a thing. Just get to max level. Just get to max level. I don't know how Blizzard could do anything about it, really, but I would, but it's not really possible now due to how quickly you level. Yeah. What did we sell? Nothing particularly fancy here. They need a full reset at this point. Well, there was already people starting to sort of question, weren't they? That, you know, okay, they've announced 3 expansions. They seem to be tying up loose ends with these 3 expansions. Even how Chris Metzen described it was that there is, you know, there is lots of unfinished stories, and that these 3 expansions, the World Soul Saga, is designed to sort of tie up these loose ends. A lot of people have even started questioning, well, does that mean that you're building towards like a true full WoW 2 reset? I mean, I know people are always asking for a WoW 2, but it's they've already confirmed it's not the end of WoW. Yeah, I know it's not the end of WoW, but it doesn't mean they couldn't do like a full engine revamp, for example. Because let's be real, if they want to continue developing on this game for another 20 years, if that's their goal, if that's their mission, to play this, to continue this game for another 20 years, they cannot go that long without updating, like basically rebuilding the game engine. It's got so many limitations right now. It's the number one reason why I suspect it's the number one reason why they've never tried to do player housing after, or tried to do player housing properly, because the game engine doesn't support it. They've seemingly been I mean, I think that the success of Classic will show them that you can release something new, and people will absolutely flock to it. If they were to take an extra year to fully rebuild World of Warcraft from the ground up, and to you know, hard reset for everybody, full refresh, could be interesting. I plan to create 10 new alts and experience all of the quest lines in the 10 expansions, and I stopped at the planning stage. Well, that does feel like quite a lofty goal, for sure. Story in WoW surprisingly coherent if you really get into it. The reason people get lost is that some of it is hidden away in books, and some people get distracted with the diversions of mini stories. Well, Blizzard have they have not iterated on their storytelling method for 20 years. Back in vanilla, they were telling story via a little pop-up window with a paragraph or two of text that you needed to read. And for the most part, they haven't really iterated on that for 20 years. Now, when you only have, when the game was brand new and there was only so much story to actually be had, it was very easy to keep up with all of it. But nowadays, like, you've got to go so out of your way to keep up with what the actual story is. If it wasn't for Nobble, we'd all be screwed. All praise Lord Nobble. A 24-hour or longer than usual stream on Wednesday. We'll see. We'll see. I haven't decided about Wednesday. Obviously, it's the season launch, right? So I should stream on Wednesday. But the very same time, if I actually want to do any significant goal making this patch, I can't I don't feel comfortable streaming all of it. If I want to be playing around with any of the new stuff, this is the problem I have. It's if I'm playing on the auction house and I'm dealing with anything on the region-wide auction house, I just shoot myself in the foot if I stream it. It's not really hidden, it's just I also don't want to advocate everybody doing exactly the same thing I do. That's by definition counterproductive. So, I don't know. We will definitely stream on Wednesday, but it might not be a super long stream. I know I've kind of got into this habit of doing a double stream on a Wednesday, and I do quite like it, because also it gives Team NA, who often miss the morning streams for obvious reasons, that they're in bed. It gives Team NA an opportunity to come say hi. And then I appreciate the new faces that often pop up with the evening streams. But we'll see. Use some fake footage from Shadowlands whilst you stream your webcam. Well, just do a 10.2 crazy legendary restream, where we were making like 6, 7, 8 million gold an hour. I'm from NA. Well, there are some from Team NA that just clearly are night owls. or do not appreciate a good night's sleep. So welcome in, appreciate it.
You driver.
Even Nobble's storytelling's losing me. Nowadays, I only follow Platinum WoW stories, but their productions are slower. Platinum WoW's very good. The add-on that AI reads the quest text in Classic is wonderful. They should really integrate that into retail and beyond. I spoke to the guy that made that add-on, and I asked him if he would consider doing it for retail, and he said that he's absolutely got the ability to do it, but AI voice generation is at that scale not very cheap. He said he did Classic as like a passion project, and covered the cost of doing it himself because it wasn't that much. But if he was to try and do it for retail, I think he said it would be somewhere in the region of like probably $500 to $1,000 just for the voice AI generation, which he wasn't particularly willing to fund himself for obvious reasons. Plus, I think with retail, it gets a little bit trickier. It's a touch trickier because people have tried to do it before and have been swatted. I don't know if was it actually Bellula that tried to do it, or was it just Bellula reporting on somebody else that was trying to do it? I remember Bellula was involved somehow, but it got squished by Blizzard themselves. Cost on that sort of stuff is plummeting, though. It's getting cheaper. I mean, very basic voice acting you can practically get for free. I looked into this a little bit when I had Stanley. Stanley's still on vacation because his software's broken for me at the moment. But when we had our little stream assistant, Stanley, I looked at a couple of the options for AI voice generation. And in basic terms, it's not super expensive. But if you want good quality voice acting, good quality AI voice generation is still not cheap. It's still not cheap. An hour's worth of dialect could still easily cost you like 10-15 euros. Rip our man Stan. Stan will make a comeback at some point. I need to figure out a few things for him. Okay, what's going on here? I've just realised actually, new patch. I've been away for a few days. I should update add-ons. Oh dear. Oh dear. All the add-ons go. Indeed, it's not cheap. I was meaning Blizz could fund it. Yeah, well, the reason Blizz squished it in the first place was because I can't remember exactly what their claim was for squishing it, but it was something along the lines of the fact that it was their intellectual property, and by providing the characters of their intellectual property, and equally as such that providing a voice to that character may showcase a personality or a style or something of that character that they didn't want to portray or something. Basically, they were reserving the rights to do it themselves and weren't letting anybody else do it, but they had to give some bullshit reason to why they squished it. There was some lawyer speak to why they squished it, but
Both, I hope.
is in power with the Prime, my man. Thank you very much. Welcome in. Welcome in. 22 months. Good effort. Good effort. Appreciate that a lot. Thank you. Does this mean me pet add-ons busted, or does this mean this character's just not got it switched on for some unknown reason? Battle pet cage match. Okay. That's interesting. This seems to be broken. That might cause Project Pet to be a little bit more complicated. I don't need to worry too much about caging up today. Rematch is bugged at the moment. It's conflicting. Oh, is that what's causing it? I'm not going to disable it just now, because then I'm going to have to go through all of my characters and re-enable it when it works again. I'll just give them a few days to hopefully fix it. I don't need to cage up pets today anyway. It's fine. From the answer Blizzard gave towards AI-generated stuff during one of their interviews or QAs from BlizzCon, I very much doubt they want to start using AI for voice lines. Well, the whole industry is a little bit up in arms about whether they should use AI voice because, you know, it's putting voice actors out of work, and it's an interesting one. It's an interesting one, although there'll come a point, right, where a company like Blizzard will look at the overhead costs of because they're also really strict about it, right? They do not want, if they have somebody do the voice acting for a major character, they want to make sure that that person isn't going anywhere anytime soon. They're going to want to, because you can't have characters randomly changing their voice all the time. This is the thing, right? It also means that ends up being, I would imagine, relatively costly to keep these voice actors basically on retainer. And there'll come a point where these companies are just like, well, you know what? Risk versus reward. Risk versus reward. Maybe letting some AI voice acting slip through at vast cost saving is what they'll do. Because, hey, you know, guess what? There's that thing that businesses tend to like doing, you know? That one thing they tend to live for. Oh, yeah, Hollywood's in shambles because of various reasons.
That's it. I got mal.
Two ways I predict the future. One, is it cost effective? Two, is it efficient? Yeah. Optimization is everything nowadays. I lived in Germany when I was younger, and they would dub all of their TV. So Bruce Willis, Sylvester Stallone, Bud Spencer all had the same voice. It was very disturbing. Also probably very surprising when you then hear their actual voices. Is there hope for Dracothists? Right now, selling raw mats required for that is more profitable unless you plock some crazy. Well, your day trading, your day trading. If you're looking at the price of the materials right now, and you're also looking at the price of the Dracothists right now, it often is not going to look very profitable. You have to bear in mind that there are people that bought tens of millions of gold worth of glow spores back only a week or two ago when they were like 10 gold a piece instead of probably 20 gold a piece right now. This is the thing, right? The material value has gone up. 17 gold a piece. Yeah, there was people buying these in almost as much quantity as they ever wanted for less than 10 gold a piece. So a lot of people are considering their crafting cost to be way cheaper. And in turn, the price of the Dracothists themselves ends up being... I mean, you got to remember, these are actually 50% more valuable than what they were only a week or two ago. These have... you know, vastly increased in price already. Even before the season's actually begun even. So we'll see what happens next week. I have a suspicion that there is lots of these. That was a horrible voice crack. I have a suspicion there's loads of these knocking about in people's bags who are ready to just dump them on the auction house on you know, Tuesday, Wednesday. I don't think the price is going to go much different than this. But this is the problem with the way that the game works now with the region-wide auction house. What you see happening today, if you buy today and want to sell today, you often are going to find very, very skinny prices. Bought a good bunch while it was at 9 gold now, so I don't know if I should craft or resell. Well, you've got two options. You've got... If there's no added value into crafting them actually into the Dracothists, then why risk it? If you can adequately sell the materials back out and still make a profit on selling the materials back out, that's actually the smarter move. Because don't forget, when you press the craft button, there's no undo. This is one thing that I always like pointing out, that crafting is a one-way process. When you take materials and you turn them into crafted items, there's no undo button. So if too many people take materials and push them into crafted items, and those crafted items lose value, you've lost some overall value there. Whereas if you had just left them as materials, you have a choice. With materials, you could either sell the materials, or if the price ends up, you know, if you can add value to those materials by converting them upwards, then do so. But if you can't add any value by converting them up, then you don't necessarily need to. Let somebody else take the risk. That's the way I look at it anyway. Sat on 108 Dracothis from Season 2 from Resourceful Procs, making crests, so I'm chilling. Oh, that's quite a clever way to do it. I need to go get my crest recipes today, actually. We might jump in to the Emerald Dream on my enchanter in a little while. I need to go get those crest recipes. I should very quickly and easily be able to just fly around and get them from treasures. It shouldn't take me long. I kind of hope you stockpile Dracothis again for this season without telling us, just to roll the dice again.
I got what you need.
No, I didn't. I did very little of stockpiling this patch. I've not been doing the transmutes on my old army for at least 2 weeks now. It's not been worth it. This is the thing, right? It may not necessarily add value to the price of materials, so
The pleasure was all mine.
you only want to press that craft button if it adds 20-30% value to the materials. If it doesn't, you're probably best off keeping them as materials, because then you've got choice, right? Treasures, nuts, end bosses from the super blooms should have you covered. Yeah. I can't imagine it'll take me very long to get the recipes. Fly around, pick up some treasures, job done. Crimson Swoglet and a Barnaby. Project Dracothis 2.0. No, I don't think I want any part of that, to be honest.
Got the best deals anywhere.
Good topic of conversation, probably for a video actually, but just to sort of collate some thoughts on this, is that work orders are clearly here to stay. The new crafting system is clearly here to stay, and it seems interesting to me that they appear to have an understanding that the system is by no means perfect right now, which I like. Obviously, what they do with that information, time will tell. But I like the fact that they are at least acknowledging the fact that the system is definitely got some cracks in it, and that it could definitely be smoothed out. I can't remember where I saw this. I think this might have been in the in Wowhead's crypt notes for Mr. GM's interview, but I think they said something along the lines of inspiration. They've acknowledged, I think, that inspiration has been too powerful. Luck doesn't feel lucky if it happens every time. Is an ad-libbed version of, I think, what they were quoting. That luck isn't lucky if it happens every time. So having inspiration toned down a lot, I think, is very necessary. It was in the Q&A, was it? I know I sort of roughly see it. See, even when I'm not playing this game, even when I'm away, you know, I look on my phone occasionally and catch a few bits and pieces. I might watch the Q&A in a minute.
Pleasure doing business with
because I haven't actually seen it yet. But yeah, inspiration was... I mean, we've been banging on about this since day one of the expansion, really, that inspiration was OP as all hell. Inspiration was so overpowered that it actually completely eclipsed the need for artisans metal, which was meant to be the core limiting factor for crafters, which was meant to make it so that crafters could only make X amount of things for other people at max quality, meaning that more crafters would be able to have a, you know, a chance at things like the whole system fell apart because it was all built upon the basic crafting, and with it's like having a table, right? If you have a table where one leg is significantly longer than the other, that table's never going to be balanced, and things are going to slide off that table. And Inspiration's leg was 3 times longer than it needed to be. And if they could balance the legs a little bit better, it'd be a much more stable system overall. It's only 30 minutes for retail. Is the Q&A? Do they split it up? Do they? Yeah, we should probably watch that. Dreaming Antler Fragments. For the first 2 days of the patch, the drop rate was crazy high. Out of 28 skinning tunes, I got 34. Oh, for the first couple of days, so like 56 skins, 34 antler fragments. Now it's really low. I'm getting like 4 or 5 a day. Maybe they nuked it. I don't know. I can't see why they would have done, but they might have done. 30 minutes takes 3 hours to watch. Well, you see, yeah, as long as I keep my hand away from the pause button. If we go easy with the pause in, we might be fine. Right, we've only got a handful of realms left. Let me quickly fire through these last few pet realms, and then maybe we can get the I can have a little looky at the Q&A, play catch up a bit. I apologise that some of you will have definitely already seen it, but where is it? Where is it? Yes. Look for the thumbnail that looks like a Mr. GM thumbnail. There we go. It's funny, right? Mr. GM clearly copied the World of Warcraft thumbnail style. And it worked remarkably well. Now it's funny whenever I see a World of Warcraft video on YouTube, I think, a new Mr. GM video. How the tables doth turn. It was a smart move, though. First part's retail, second part is something else that nobody cares about, in my opinion. We'll see. Season of Discovery looks quite interesting. Season of Discovery looks quite interesting. But you know what I'm more interested in right now? And this is very off topic. Satisfactory Update 8. Ooh. Satisfactory Update 8. Now in early access. No longer an experimental branch. Means I might play Satisfactory again. We'll see. I'm not promising anything. Honestly, if I play Satisfactory again this time, I'll turn it into a YouTube series. I don't think I'll stream it. Which, because I don't particularly want to take much of a break from streaming, might mean I just don't do it. Factorio Space Age, you'll be gone for like a month. Easy. Easy. That's not till next year, though. I worry that that's going to clash with the new expansion launch very heavily. And then I'm going to have to make a very serious decision.
Cha-ching!
A very serious decision. Because I do love World of Warcraft. but I do not think I could pass up playing the new expansion for Factorio.
Goblin products are
So I don't
built
know. I don't know. I'd have to see where my loyalties lie. A Manthieus Factorio rebrand incoming. Satisfactory cheat sheet incoming. Is City Skylines on the back burner? A little bit. It was just too busted. It was too busted to dedicate too much time to. The performance of it was starting to get real rocky, even for me. City Skylines was good fun, but it's definitely a bit busted still. I was talking about City Skylines actually with my brother-in-law, because he was interested in it, and I had to kindly point out to him that his PC is going to be too old to run it, which is never something that's nice to tell somebody, right? It's never nice to tell somebody, I'm sorry, but your potato is not going to run this game. But I also recommended to him that he wait anyway, because it's super busted right now.
Hey, that's it. I got mouths to feed, pal.
Satisfactory cheat sheet, probably not. Although Satisfactory is a game that you could very much do some spreadsheeting with. Is it one of those? It'll be a great game a year after launch. Yes, yeah, very much so. Once City Skylines 2 have fixed some of their stability issues, once it is no longer burning your system into the ground every time you run it, once you can get more than like 20 FPS with a 4090, once they've added a little, it needs a touch more. They did a really good job, and I think it was very justified making a new game. It was very justified making it a new game because they were running into problems with how far they could go with the base version of City Skylines to begin with, and there was already enough expansions like sellotaped on. So I think it was justified making it a new game, and I think there's enough in it at a base level to warrant that. But I do still think that it needs some performance and stability fixing, and it needs a bit more DLC. And it definitely needs the mod scene to be opened up, because I think it would be fun the first time you make a city, but you'll very quickly realize that all of my industry looks identical. All of my residential areas look identical. You have to, like, actually making your city feel unique is tough to do right now, and it ends up you just grid it. You're just gonna, like, it's gonna be so easy to fall into the trap of just gridding everything and just playing it like a like a Sudoku.
Pleasure doing business with you.
Where you're just filling, okay, I've got residential need, fill it in this spot, and just keep filling in blocks. Factorio city block, but in City Skylines is kind of what it would turn into very quickly, because the customization and the creativity of making your cities look, making your neighborhoods look cool, and yeah, it needs a bit more. It needs a bit more. 12 months down the line, it'll probably be incredible. But it's another one, right? It's another Diablo 4. The foundation is solid. It's got a really rock solid foundation. It just needs building up upon from that foundation. It was clearly launched early. There's no denying that City Skylines 2 was launched early. They delayed it for console because they could barely get it working on PC for launch. Goes to show that it really, really probably was not ready to go live, but welcome to the gaming industry, right? Give it 6 months, give it 12 months, and it'll be really good. That tends to be the way things are going to go right now. That they'll launch a game, will launch, we'll play a game and decide whether it's good or not, and then we'll decide whether we go back to it in 6 months, or we go back to it in 12 months, or we never play it ever again. That's that seems to be how gaming is evolving for some reason. Yeah, the reviews were pretty harsh on it, to be fair. But I think companies need this. I think they need to be shat on for a great height. If you're going to release something that's not even half cooked, then I think you deserve to be dumped on from a great height. And I think you are then going to have to work exponentially harder to pull yourself out of that hole. Whereas maybe just delay the game another 6 months. You know, people who want to play the game will wait. Delay the game another 6 months, get it good, then release it. I don't think it's... I would hope the gaming industry starts to learn that it's not worth launching something that's trash, because you are then going to fight an uphill battle to, you know... I mean, look how what was that? No Man's Sky. Look how much work No Man's Sky had to do to get the game, one of the most critically dog shit games at launch. Look how much effort and how many years it took them to get the game into a good position. And apparently No Man's Sky in 2023 is really good. But how many people care about it? Nobody, because everybody, their first thought when they think No Man's Sky is they think, oh, that piece of shit that launched undercooked, not ready, busted. Well, okay, that's my opinion of that now. Never go back to it. Overcoming that is problematic. And hopefully, if enough people shout about terribly poor launches of games, then hopefully developers will feel, or should I say publishers, will start to notice the fact that, hang on, this is an uphill battle. You can hope, right? You can always hope. Huff that hopium. Cyberpunk was the same at launch. Yeah, so another one that was like, how many people were so desperately waiting for Cyberpunk, and then when it launched, it was just busted. But there's two different styles of games now. You have your Cyberpunks, you have your Diablo 4s, you have your City Skylines, which I think they're good games. They're solid, good games. They just need optimizing, they need smoothing, they need polishing, they need that last 6 months of like TLC to get them like good and up to quality to go out to mass market. Then, unfortunately, you have games like Starfield that have huge hype and are just not good games. There's no solid foundation with a game like Starfield. So even if they were to fix performance issues and fix bugs, you're polishing a turd. If the game's no good to begin with, you've got nowhere else to go other than changing the game completely. Luckily, a lot of the games that I've looked into and have played have been good games that just need some tender loving care that we can go back to. I've played Cyberpunk twice this year. Once for the very first time earlier in the year when it was solid. No real bugs or performance issues by that point. And secondly, quite recently, obviously, with the expansion. And I must admit, I loved every minute of both times I played Cyberpunk. I'd very happily go back and play Cyberpunk some more. The only reason I don't so much is I just know it's not a very good stream game. That's a game that is very interesting for you to play yourself. There's not too much... I don't think there's too much vicarious gaming experience that can be had unless you're a co-carnage and you're playing through the expansion before everybody else and that sort of thing. Outside of those extreme scenarios, I just don't think Cyberpunk's a great stream game. It's like GTA, for example. Nobody plays the regular version of GTA on stream because everybody's seen it, everybody's done it themselves. Everybody plays GTA RP because, you know, every stream could be different, you know. Baldur's Gate 3, I mean, if that doesn't end up winning Game of the Year, it will be a travesty. I've not played it, but it is on my list of games I really should play. But it's the same again for me. I don't think Baldur's Gate, it's a single-player RPG game. It's not one that I'm going to be able to play on stream particularly. It's won all of the golden joysticks. It doesn't surprise me, yeah. Right, that is all of my pet realms done. That's everything pet realms done. Now maybe we load up the main account and actually start playing the game properly. I really don't get how game developers haven't learnt this by now. If a game is shit for release and I don't buy it at all, or later when the shit is fixed, I get it for a solid discount. Because money talks. Baldur's Gate 3 is getting a performance patch soon, I read. Not that it runs particularly bad, but it is getting better still. Didn't some dev, or I don't even think it was a dev, was it? I think some mod. Somebody got, one of the guys that does one of the mods for it found like a 37% VRAM optimization in it or something. I may have just seen the headline rather than read the article, but I saw something that Baldur's Gate 3 is now going to be far more optimized than it was at launch, which is cool to see. It's an outstanding game, but it's a very personal game unless you want chat to cause chaos with your choices. It has full Twitch chat integration for that. Oh, well, that could be amusing. That could be amusing. Allowing Twitch chat to play the game seemingly for me. That's one way to sneak some entertainment in it. Oh, somebody bought a full Icebane set off me. Nice. Gauntlets for 10k is the champion there. That's the champion there for sure. We should have a spare one of those sets, so let's try and get that posted. Glacial slippers. Oh, that's the old glacial slippers. That's not even the new ones. Twitch integration was a clever move by devs. I think more games should do that. That just shows self-awareness, doesn't it? It just shows massively good levels of self-awareness. That you understand that if you want to get your game out there, now, they understand Twitch as a platform. They understand the pull and the draw and the attention that is given to Twitch. If your game does not inherently scream, it's not a Call of Duty, or it's not a Fortnite, or it's not a League of Legends, you know, if it's not a game that's super well suited to streaming, do something to make it that way, and then people will play it on stream. It's very, very clever. Managed to pick up Cyberpunk. I assume CP is referring to Cyberpunk about 2 weeks after launch for less than half the list price. Everybody was trying to get rid of their stock, it seemed, following the bad press. Maybe. I think I paid $30 for Cyberpunk originally, and then the expansion was like another $30 or something. It was fine. You can now buy a renown boost to level 20. For the pre-10.2 factions in the in-game shop. Level 70 toon also included. Oh, can you buy this enhanced level boost now? Level 70 character boost, $60. That's more expensive than the base expansion. Hang on. You can buy the base expansion for less than that. Which gives you a boost. Interesting. And then 2 for 100. Delay playing any new game by 2 years seems to be more beneficial to the consumer. Oh, definitely. If I wasn't content creating, if I wasn't a streamer, if I didn't make YouTube content, I would probably do exactly that. I'd just wait 6 months until after games have come out. Let the hype die down, let the price cut in half, let the initial bugs and stuff be fixed. This is a thing that has technology does this, right? Technology does this a lot. Your early adopters pay a premium for a lesser quality product. People that then wait until that technology has been developed and optimized and becomes cheaper to produce, then get the best value for money. Early adopters always get shafted, and it's the same in the gaming industry nowadays because they seemingly have no qualms about pumping shit out way before it's actually ready. Okay. Haha, I'm exactly where I left this dude on Friday at the end of the stream. Of course I am. Does that mean we have world quests we can go do quickly? We have some world quests we can do for rep. We bought the damn contract. We might as well use it. Right, let's just bang out a couple of world quests quickly then. Let's get our rep. We're already renowned 14. I have not cheesed. I have not exploited renown, so... Has the seed exploit been patched? Do people know? Or is it still a thing? I mean, it is... I really wish at some point, just once, Blizzard would take a hard stance on exploits, you know? I really wish people, they'd just actually take a hard stance. Imagine the race to world first if tomorrow all of Limit and all of Echo all got banned. It'd be like, what? That'd teach them, wouldn't it? Imagine what their sponsors would think. Imagine what the sponsors would think if they all got banned the day before the race. You mean all the RMT that they definitely don't do? Well, and that, yeah. Race to World First people were even streaming it last night. Shameless really should get a ban. I mean, Preach took a 30-day ban because he abused a leveling exploit and streamed it. Right? So where's the... Like, if I was Preach, I'd be screaming from the rooftops right now. You know, prominent content creator, exploits on stream, picks up a 30-day ban. Not only did he pick up a 30-day ban, it nearly ruined his reputation with Blizzard from a career perspective. Like, in that scenario, you know, it shows it. And if nothing else, it's an example, right? It showcases the correct example. Even if Blizzard aren't going to get particularly firm on exploits, it sets an example. If you exploit and if you stream it for monetary gain, you know, if you actively stream exploiting the game for a financial benefit, you are going to get slapped. And it sets the precedent for others. Exploiting is way too casual in this game now. Way too casual. Exploit early, exploit often. 90% of the time you get away with it. That's what Blizzard are practically advertising nowadays. Have you seen Zarelic Cavern swarmed by bots doing mining and herbling? They literally take no action against them. Maybe they want their online numbers high. Who knows? Their policy on botting and their approach to botting should be considered something very different to their policy on exploits. If you are exploiting the game, you are actively choosing to cheat within the game. There should be nothing, in my eyes, there should be nothing less than a permaban on that. Like, especially if you're choosing to broadcast it. If you're choosing to not only cheat, but you're choosing to do it for financial gain, there is nothing short of a permaban, in my opinion. I don't care who you are. I don't care what your online clout is. Should dish out permabans. Get fucked. That's not like, you know, it's called setting a precedent, you know? But, yeah. How am I going to pick this up without falling to my death? Yeah, okay. This is a very risky nut. Okay, that could also be. You know what I mean. I said that a lot in college. Yeah. Yeah, I realised what I said after I said it. You said that a lot in college. Now you have 7 sets of alimony to pay. Child support up the fucking wazoo. And for reference, for people that are probably a little bit confused with the previous conversation, there is a way to repeatedly farm the same seed for rep gains, circumventing the need for planting seeds, circumventing the 3-minute timer. That there is absolutely no way you'd accidentally stumble across it and would not know that it's clearly a bug. So, there is absolutely no justification in any way, shape, or form for people who have chosen to use that as a way to hit renown 20 already. There's no justification. You wouldn't accidentally find that, and you wouldn't accidentally do something. You've got no defense. You are clearly exploiting. You are clearly utilizing a bug in the game for your own advantage deliberately. Should be a ban. First time offenders, maybe less severe. If it's not your first offense, permaban. If you're going to cheat in a video game, you should get banned. Roll back 10 bans. Just get rid of them. Get rid of them. If you accidentally click on the same seed 2 or 3 times and notice you get 3 or 4 rep tokens from it and you think that's a bit weird, you have 2 choices at that point. Either you try and do that as many times as you possibly can, knowing full well that this is odd and this shouldn't probably be the way that it works, or you can choose to go, oops, I didn't mean to do that, and not do it again. But if you choose to actively do it as many times as you possibly can for your own advantage, that is the definition of exploits. It's bad. It shouldn't exist. Shouldn't do it. Transmute exploit was way worse. The severity of it shouldn't matter. The outcome of it shouldn't make any difference whatsoever. It's the action that you took that is exploitative. And if you are choosing to take that action, regardless of the output of it, it shouldn't make any difference. Taking the severity of the output into consideration is the wrong way of looking at it, in my opinion. You either cheated in the game or you didn't. Oh, I might regret pulling all of these. No, I think we're fine. What is this? Oh, another nut. Month ban, so they miss Race to World First and rollback rewards. Yeah. I mean, it absolutely blows my mind that people who seemingly make a living from playing this game, if you're one of the Race to World First guilds, right? You are jeopardizing your entire... If you get permabanned from the game, that's it, you're done. You might be able to continue your career in content creation if you are a prominent enough figure and you can switch to a different game or something. But if you're one of the Race to World First guilds, you probably don't have a career outside if you get banned in this game. Like, those people have to understand that this game is their livelihood, and to actively choose to cheat in it and be so flippant about getting away with it is mind-blowing. The whole Echo Raid team was basically giving out statements, videos of how they did their rep farming clean to not make them part of it.
Are you just glad to see me? Both, I hope.
I can imagine so. I can imagine so. Aula, thank you very much for the Prime. Appreciate it. Welcome in. It's kind of funny they released this patch with all these nuts in November. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh, if you know, you know. I hadn't put 2 and 2 together there. That's quite funny. Notifications are off, by the way. How do we mean? Did you guys not hear the alerts? I saw and heard the alert. Or do you mean like Oh, I don't know. I was going to say, I'm quite sure I heard it. This is a quest, dude. I don't remember this quest. Defend the druids whilst the portal is sealed. Portal breach is slain. Oh, that's because I need to get closer. We can't hear the notifications. I I hear the stream ones. Oh, the in-game. Oh, you might not have in-game audio. No? You should. Yeah, you should be able to hear it. Just saw multiple people subscribing to the channel in chat, but no audio on stream. Let me see. Twitch follows and YouTube subs don't have audio. The alert, it's only like Twitch subs, primes that have an actual audio attached to them.
Hello there.
I heard the hello there, or at least I did. I heard that one too. Okay, yeah, they seem to be working. I don't need any more technical issues on a Monday. Oof. Monday is not a good day for technical issues. Wrong mushrooms from the supermarket. Hey, kids, drugs are bad. How often does the long boy show up on the black market auction house? From what I can gather, because I get email notifications about this, the long boy appears on an auction house probably every other day. Probably 3 or 4 times a week do I get a notification that a long boy has been spotted. But obviously, there's a lot of realms. So, yeah. And also, I would point out that TSM only tracks and sends notifications out if somebody that is also using TSM has seen it in the black market auction house. I believe, I might be wrong on this, but I believe TSM only can track the black market auction house from TSM users who physically see what's listed there, if that makes sense. Probably doesn't, but you know what I mean. Black market auction house has no API, so other. Yeah, there we go. There we go. That's probably a smart way of saying what I was trying to. Yeah, it can't so easily be tracked. Right, is this rare still up? Oh, people are trying to spawn him. Nice. What do we need from here? There's something we might need from here. Oh, not on this tune, though. Is this my sign to flex that I already have him again? In my chat, you are probably the odd one out if you don't have the long boy. Now, that's not true to say for many WoW streams. But in here specifically, you're probably the odd boy. You're probably the odd one out if you don't have the long boy. Which means I am very odd. Which is a shame. There's a bunch of sweaty boomers in my chat. That's the problem. Love you all, by the way. Love you all. I joined too late for the long boy. I mean, I unfortunately was not late to the Longboy party. I just actively, for some reason, had a lapse in judgment and just didn't buy it. There's more to the story than that, and some of you will know it, but... Where's this one then? Why can I not find the nut? Aha, because it's here. Oh, what? Where did you come from? You're a big dude. Oh, it's a leatherworking. It's a leatherworking knowledge point. I just realised there's deep stream lore here. It's not that deep. What the flipping hell are we doing for this? Podling's doodarded. Okay. Sub 50% again, I guess. Yep. Kind of want to buy a black market auction house container. They're I've not kept up with the prices of those containers actually recently. Now that the now that people can get gold places much easier, I wonder if the average price of the containers has risen as more people can... I mean, let's be real, the black market containers are already pretty heavily harvested on low pop realms. People would transfer like a gold cap there and then just slowly spend it on containers on low pop realms because the containers were half the price on a low pop realm. I'm not sure that's so much of a thing anymore though now. Is there a post on Wowhead or Reddit with all of the knowledge points treasures in the new zone? Not to my knowledge, but actually, if you have all the things, it does show them as trackable items. All the things will show them. Actually, I wonder if Handy Notes has been... Yeah, Handy Notes has probably been updated with them as well. I've clearly claimed them all now. Handy Notes is probably your best bet, because you might already have it. Last time I kept up to date, it's a bit of a mafia controlled by people RMTing or 2xing profits based on orders for specific items. I mean, that doesn't surprise me. I don't know quite how that would work, though. I guess you can charge a premium for expertise in that sort of area. Is that a dragon race? We'll do this one down here. Cantankerous turtles. What does cantankerous mean? Where's my smart English people in chat? What the hell does cantankerous mean? I know the word, I just don't know what it means. Angry, obtuse, okay. That would make sense. Oh shit, feed them, don't kill them. Oops. Well, they're dead. I should have paid attention. At what point do we feed them? Weakened. 50% then, right? Hunter, kill all the thing. It's, you know, it's just in my nature. Let's do it on land, please. Have to kill stuff and skin it, yeah. Oh, you're not the right one. Yeah, you can die then. Tag you. How many do we need to do? 8? Oh, Lord. Goes on forever. Six. 2 more. 7. And a turtle dude. Oh, we got a rift in 10 minutes. Who do I think is more important to do the rift on? I should probably do the rift on... I don't know, really. Not rift. My God. My brain is still in 10.1. Super Bloom. We should probably do the Super Bloom on a character that can take some advantage from it. We talking... I don't have the contract, although I do need to do a couple of rifts for achievements. Super Blooms even. Jesus! Monday problems. Rift is kind of best though. Upgrade the gear to 450. Yeah, I do need to... Yeah, actually, that's a good point. I should probably look at upgrading a couple of pieces of Rift gear to 450 in the old Catalyst. Because I didn't really do that. Yeah, not a terrible idea. Not a terrible idea at all. Not a terrible idea at all. Do we have... Let's go do... If we got 9 minutes... Let's go... Oh, do we reckon we can get the rift done and then get back over and finish the Super Bloom off? That'd be clever, wouldn't it? You've already got the shoulders. So these ones, Wind Wolf Epaulets, these can go up to 450 and be catalysted already. Don't you have to use last season's... Isn't the point that you have to use last season's gear, though? Or have I misunderstood? Okay, that was 50% in one go. Boom! Done in 2 pulls, love it. Quick zoom on the old dragon. Surging Lasher. Why not? Oh, he's dead. Oh, he's dead. We tried. I looked at the 428 item level, yeah. Yeah, I'm quite sure you have to do it with last season's gear, that's the point. Where's this dragon race then? Here. We haven't done the dragon races in the new zone, actually. We do need to do all of them. That might be a slightly more chill stream. Where it's all business right now. The business of doing as much as I possibly can so I don't feel bad when I go play Satisfactory for a week. I do need to keep up with some of the basics. The Wowhead Economy Report would be a good one to have a look at today, actually. Not only because I'm featured. I mean, partly, but, you know, let's not beat around the bush here. I think Canada TV had a good case study of the new PvP gear, if I'm understanding correct. Oh, hello. We've missed one. Wow, I still got gold and I completely ballsed up. Whoops. Where else have we got a race? I saw another one on my map. There we go. See if we can get this last race done. We've got 5 minutes until the Super Bloom or the Rift. Are you still going to watch the Q&A or have I missed it? I am going to watch it. We will get the Rift done, as I need to do a Rift, and I'll go over to a Catalyst and get that done. We will squeeze it in between. I'm looking for a spare 20 minutes. When I've got a spare 20 minutes to kill, then we'll have a look. Turns out the new Vigor ability doesn't work during races. That's probably good though. Otherwise, I did think that actually. I did think that new Vigor thing would probably break a lot of the races, or at least trivialize a lot of them. Oh, I remember doing this one on the beta. Right, don't crash, don't crash, don't crash. Oh, I've run out of vigor myself. Avoid the big dragon. And we're done. Boom. Nice. Nice. 69 giggity. Okay, that's now me caught up on map related reputation, which is what I wanted to do as a priority. I wanted to make sure I got all of those done and dusted and out of the way. That means we are over halfway to renown 15 now. If I'd have been more smart about how I used my rep tokens, I probably would have been 15 already, but I did a boo-boo. But we're fine. We want to do the Rift, don't we? I want to do the Rift so I can get a last season piece of gear that can then be catalysted up to upgraded and then catalysted to 450, I think is the plan. Or what I've heard via the grapevine. Do I? In fact, I might still have. Isn't this one that could possibly be... No, that's Veteran 8 of 8 at 224. I need to get a new piece of gear, don't I? Because it's only the newly acquired ones Well, these Skyless Greaves, actually, I think could be upgraded up to 450 now, maybe. Should have kept them till Wednesday for the 19%. Well, yeah, and that, really. And that. Right, let's get back to Valdrakken, all the same. You can also craft with the Whelpling crests for easy 447 items. Oh, that's true. Played Rumble for the pet, hated it, not my game. Well, at least you got a pet out of it. At least you got a pet out of it. Not every game has to be for everybody. But so, if I'm right in understanding then, this gear is, yeah, okay. So this gear starts at 428 now. This gear starts at 428, can be upgraded to 450, and then can then be catalysted. That's the theory here. For some 450 for some 450 tier pieces. I also need to remember to do a dream surge then, in probably half an hour. Let's see if by some miracle I can squeeze in the rift, then a rift, then we watch the Q&A. Then do the Dream Surge. Got to upgrade it first, though. If you catalyst some of the gear, in my experience, it loses the upgrade track. Yeah, we'll upgrade it to 450, and then we'll catalyst it. You don't need the Dream Surge. Killing the rares, getting the orbs is enough. It's the item from the 100 Essence. Oh, well, in that case, I might already have some of those. What are you? Oh, a Tuskar box, of course. I, in theory, still need coins from these Tuskar boxes. So, dare I say it, I should probably pick these up. Although I don't ever remember the last time I got coins from them, to be truthful. What are we doing here? What are we doing here? Oil puddles cleaned. Oh, okay. Oh, it's the quest for gathering the 100 Essence. Okay. Why won't it let me clean this puddle? Oh, you just mash it. Ordered bubble tea on Uber Eats, but he has multiple stops. Usually means the bag will have disintegrated. I don't have access. Where we live, we don't have access to anything of that nature. The only way I'd get like the equivalent of Uber Eats is if I lived in Helsinki. So I don't have much experience with that, but I do think it's kind of... I do think this industry of, well, Uber Eats, I think it's in real risk because I think people are just getting way too burnt with it. From what I see, now this may just be like an American thing, but people who are working for Uber Eats are vastly experiencing, Uber or Uber Eats generally, vastly experiencing that it's not as good of an opportunity as they first thought it might be. And are quitting in droves. You know, some people take up being an Uber driver or doing Uber Eats deliveries or something. They take it up as a side gig, but very, very quickly realize that they are basically a fully fledged employee for a company without any of the perks of being an employee for a company. I think I think it's had its day, if I'm going to be honest. I think the heyday of that sort of thing has been and gone. Did DoorDash for a couple of hours earlier, made $76 in less than 3 hours. If you're able to blast it in short stints like that, and you are literally doing it more as a hobby or as a way to get your exercise in or something, then you might as well kill two birds with one stone, sure. But it's people who try and actually take it up as a living are vastly realizing that they are trapped. Very trapped. How am I going to kill this dude? He's far too zoomy. If you try and do it full time, you'd be wild though. Yeah. I think the Uber drivers here need to apply to the same requirements as taxi drivers. Oh, wait, what? Hang on. Oh, I was able to hop on him. I didn't even realise. Yeah, I don't think... Some countries are better at it than others in terms of regulating it. This is always the problem with any service industry, though, isn't it? Service industries are are historically terrible at, like, they focus on churn. They will pay somebody just enough so that they will do a job short term. If you're in a it's basically legal exploitation of, you know, people's time. Here in Denmark, we got Volt, 99% foreigners. I imagine most of them are just students from other EU companies. Well, Volt in Finland's exactly the same. Like I said, this is why I feel it falls under the category of just exploitation, because it's predominantly attracting people who have very little other choice and have very little ability to, you know, speak up, which is a shame. Look how many people are not doing the rift now. This is funny. I'm probably the only one here doing the rift. I stayed at Airbnbs in the US on vacation to keep it affordable, but after that I just waited till I could save to do the same, but with hotels. Yeah, Airbnb, I mean, Airbnb is a very clever concept, but I've also seen that get, like, wildly out of control recently. Why am I doing the Rift anyway? The main reason for doing the Rift right now is because any newly acquired Rift gear is on the Season 3 upgrade path, but can be catalysted. So you can upgrade this piece of gear to item level 450, then throw it in the catalyst and get last season's tier gear at item level 450. Which, for a lot of people, probably doesn't make much sense. But let's not forget, I don't particularly raid or do Mythic Plus all that much. So, it is technically higher item level gear than I'll probably easily have access to for some while. With my style of play, so... That's my reasoning. Can you try for the contract dream once every hour or once a week? Because it says it comes from the cache. I have not been able to get any solid information on this. Yet, from what I can tell, you can continuously run the Rift and get a chance at getting the contract. But people seem to have claimed that they've got it from different places, so... I have not got the contract on my scribe, nor have I really tried, but so I can't personally confirm or deny. But the fact I've heard people say, whoa, what the hell? The fact that I've heard people say that they didn't get the contract on their first attempt, they got it on their second or third attempt, for example, leads me to believe you can just permanently do it every hour. It's just a low drop chance. Right, there we go. There's our dilated time pod. I'm pretty sure this is not the Emerald Dream reported stream title. Welcome in, Sako. We're just a scam artist nowadays, clearly. Right, so... Oh, hang on. Why have I still got these in my bags? So the theory is now then, right, that we can go... Say hello to you... We can use this dilated time pod. Why are the boots considered epic? Why are the boots different to the rest of them? How's that a thing? Okay, so what? What? Why? What? What's going on there? So I should probably buy chest piece. Whatever, just buy a chest piece. 428. We then go and upgrade this to 450. We upgrade this to 450. We then throw it in the catalyst. Is my understanding. If I've done it wrong, I've done it wrong. Where's the item upgrade? Whoa! I do not like when I hear USB pings halfway through my stream. Okay. I hope my stream's not dead. Are we still good? Mic is still working. So now in theory we put this in here. We go... How far do we go? Do we have to go all the way? We can go 8 of 8, 450. That's going to use 60 of my Whelpling Dreaming Crests. I've got 113. Oh god, I've not got enough whelpling crests to do this. It's just the spyware dongle, it'll be fine, yeah. If you want all appearances, catalyze it first, then upgrade it. I mean, I don't care about the appearances. I couldn't care less about the appearances. So we upgrade this to 450. Boom. Now we go put that in the catalyst, and then that will be better. Is that what we're saying? You can farm crests through seeds once you're capped on Drake's crests. Yeah, we'll get to that. We'll get to that in time. In time. So let's now go put this in the catalyst, and that should be a 450 set of tier. Smart. I don't know how much this falls under the category of clever use of game mechanics, but in today's game, I don't think it matters, does it? Bonk. There we go. Bish bash bosh. Now we have a 450 piece of tier. Now I need to go get the Rift quest. Do the Rift quest for 100 doodahs. And then pick another piece, like legs or something, I guess. What we're also going to be short of then is actually enough whelp crests, I think. I've only got 53 whelpling crests. I'm going to need 60. So we can get some more of those. This had been hotfixed a few days ago if they wanted to. It's been known for a few days, yeah. Yeah, I don't think it'll be... I mean, like I said, 450 tier today feels like, oh wow, 450 tier. But, you know, next week, 450 is like dum-dum level gear again. As soon as you get into the new raid... But, you know, obviously the tier set bonus is the equivalent of, you know, a good few item levels. It's practically LFR gear this season, yeah. But it's LFR gear deterministically without having to do LFR. So, big win. Can confirm, big win. Anytime you can get something from LFR without actually having to do LFR, yes, I'll take it. You get 2 pieces this week. When it resets, you do the same thing again for another 2 pieces, and there's your 4 set. So, if I now understand it, it's this weekly quest, Shaping the Dream Surge, right? Gather Dream Surge coalescence from around the Dream Surge. You get your cocoon, which will allow you to trade it in to buy a thing, right? It's the same with one of these. So now I could buy, like, what did we did here? We did chests. So let's maybe look at legs, for example. Dreambound Greaves. We could buy this at 428. Do the same thing again. Upgrade this to 450. And then catalyst it. Okay, so we need to acquire 100 Dream Surge coalescence. Now, if I was really clever, I'd have come and done this first, because this is a 2-minute job. Then we could have gone to the rift and done the rift. I did this backwards, didn't I? Well, I guess we just fly around and find green balls then. Which shouldn't be too problematic. And Iron Plains is not the best for this, but... I need to turn in my dream... see, I'm desperately holding on to these dragon shards of knowledge, you know. I'm holding on to these for the day that they decide to make these bind on account. The alternative is I cash him in for Artisan's Metal now, but... Oh, well, this will actually get us some Whelpling crests at the same time, won't it? Of course it will. Oh, this is... Actually, picking up green balls is going to be one of the easiest ways to cap out on Whelpling crests. Such a casual. There's me trying to cap out Whelpling crests. If they do max all of my professions, yeah. I think it's about, like, I really, you know, at the beginning of the expansion, I fully understood and fully appreciated why there was no catch-up at all for crafting. I got it, right? Because it was meant to be a long journey. It was meant to be something that if you put the time and the effort into, you get to reap the rewards of it. That was the point. But now we are way past that. People have had max professions for months at this point. They have had ample time to reap the rewards. I think only fair is it now to give some catch up, because it's basically a 6-month weekly grind to max out a single profession is a lot. Is a lot. I've had max enchanting since 10.0. Yeah, exactly. Some people have had capped professions for ages. Absolutely ages. And when the reality is there isn't actually much of an advantage to having max level professions anymore. So in that regard, there's also not particularly any harm in letting everybody easily have access to them. It's not like people that have already done it have been able to like farm tens of millions of gold a week because of it. Those days have been long gone anyway. Worst part is that the quests don't go away. Yeah, I guess that could be frustrating. On my main character, I kind of like to clear the map of any quests, and so yeah, every week them resetting, and I'm standing in Valdrakken, and I click the map button, and then all of a sudden I see all of these quests, and I was like, there's no way I'm doing them just to get them off my map. Why is it so dark? Who turned off the sun? And more importantly, who stole all of my green balls? Are we forgetting there's 2 more seasons this expansion? Well, we'll have a fated season. That's practically confirmed as far as I'm aware now. And I guess you could also argue that this season hasn't started yet. So in that regard, there's 2 more, yeah. But we're kind of living one now. There's one. How many are we at? 23. Jesus. Okay, this is taking some time. Don't forget the actual Dream Surge event. Yeah, I will. We got if we're still busy in 7 minutes, we can get a quick 30-40 by doing the actual event. Hang on, I think I'm stuck in some random phase where it's permanently nighttime. Can we unlock the night, please? The world quests also award coalescence. Oh, do they? I never paid attention to that. I forget that that sort of thing is a thing. $10 each. Oh, that's why I forgot, because 10 each is painful. Painfully slow progress. I'd much rather fly around aimlessly than do world quests for 10 each. A single green ball can be 5. Although we could kill this dude. Who do we need to kill? If we can spawn the right fella in. This is easy enough. $600 plus gold, 10 coalescence, not bad if you're after the Dream Surge stuff. Yeah, the gold ones maybe. We should live up to our gold maker image. And boom, dead. Oh, of course, it's also Dream Warden's rep, actually. Thinking about it. It might only be 15 rep, but it's something. 1 coalescence. 1 Dream Surge coalescence. Okay. We're not doing world quests then. Can confirm. Who said 10? Ban them. That's a joke, by the way. Please don't. You got 11. It's 10 guaranteed. I didn't. I was on 23 before I started. There we go. Admittedly, only 1. That was 3. It's another 5. Another 3. Yeah, balls is the way forward. Balls is the way forward. Once again, not a euphemism. Not a Freudian slip. I would love to know why the zone is completely dark, though, and how I can undark it. It's kind of a bit dull, isn't it? And Iron Plains is one of the more attractive zones. We can maybe bang this world quest out just to try another one. In case we would just unluck. 9. Oh, I got 10 coalescence for that one. I got 10 for that one. Maybe it was just that other quest that didn't give me 10 for some reason. I withdraw it. Unban. Draw distance on the rings could be a bit higher. You're right, actually. Some of those you feel as if you've already gone through it before it even appears on your screen. You aim for it by looking at the minimap, not by seeing it. Where are we up to? 49. And oh! I'm on completely the wrong side of the map because the rift is about to... The Dream Surge is about to start. Crush these puppets in the ass. Pects. Hey! Daytime! Daytime! Nighttime! Daytime. Nighttime. Want to play a game of daytime, nighttime? No thanks, I've got an Xbox. I'm sure some of you know what I was going on about there. If you don't, I probably sounded crazy. Good old talking animals. It's genius, that was. I'd watch that on stream, but that's a guaranteed copyright strike on my account, so I'm not risking that. Good old BBC in their scam ways. I got it and I still think you're crazy? That's fair. Watch that instead of the Q&A. I would, but unfortunately, BBC programming is insta copyright strike. Not something I'm really after, unfortunately. Because I have to be aware now we're streaming on YouTube and on Twitch, so I have to live by some of the internet's rules. So this should, in theory, if everything goes to plan now, I should have farmed up enough of these. Have we got 60 of these? Yeah, we got up to 90 of these now. These are easy peasy. We should now have enough to get that second piece of tier. And then when Wednesday rolls round, we do this again. We do another drift, we do another Dream Surge, and we upgrade the gear again. And we'll have a 4 set of tier. You watch, everybody will do this week and get 2 pieces of tier, and then they'll hotfix it this reset. And people will be left holding only 2 piece. Which would still be fine. You can't really argue too much about some easy free gear. I mean, you can complain a lot, but... There was a dude who was streaming the UFC and he was pretending he was playing a video game, so he got past a copyright strike. Yeah, I saw that. That one's that's quite a famous example by this point. Right, where's the big dude? Big dude time! Big dude time! Let's turn off taunt, actually. I don't want my pet taking aggro. Thank you very much. BBC could make bank licensing the name to other content. I hear there's big money in that. Yeah. Yes, you're very right. Anybody out of the UK? Big, beautiful content. Yes, yes. Oh, Drake's crests as well. Okay, right. Surprising amount of people doing a dream search considering it's last patch content. I wonder what all of these people are doing. Clearly not taking full advantage of the easy tier gear either, right? There's a rare. Should we kill a rare? No, because I don't know where he is. He's in the cave. Does he have anything I want? Hardened scale shoulder guards. That's plate. Okay, this dude's not going to do it. I suppose we'll kill it anyway. I think it helps you on a full realm. The low pop realms probably have a problem. True, true. Being on Draenor does definitely help in this scenario. Is it still the biggest EU realm, or has Kazakh overtaken it? I don't know. Either way, it's top 3 for sure. I mean, we're referring here to population only. It's a surprising amount of people killing a random rare, you know. Huntsmaster I want to kill for one very specific reason. As I believe this has the chance to drop the elemental lariat recipe. You still don't have that? No, no I don't. I should go out of my way to try and farm it, but okay. Right, let's go turn that in then. Let's go get our second piece of gear. Let's then head back to Valdrakken, upgrade it, and then head over to the catalyst to catalyst it. Seeds are getting ignored on my realm. I do wonder. This is why I was so keen to get the Emerald Dream stuff done, like nice and quickly, because truth be told, I think the Emerald Dream has less life in it than even the Cavern does. Just purely because how many people zug-zugged it. I feel that people will be done with the new zone like so fast. So fast. The fact that I was able to clean the map twice in 2 days without, you know, excessive levels of play means I think that some people will quite quickly be like, this content's done. Right, back to Valdrakken then. I'll take a flight path for this just because I want to grab a drink. Head back to Valdrakken. We can get that one upgraded then. Upgrade that to 8 of 8. I've got the flight stones. I've got the crests, I believe. Then we can go bung it in the catalyst, I think. Just watch the UFC guy. How the fuck does him not being in the corner hinder Twitch's automatic detection system? I don't know. I'm quite sure he caught a ban off it anyway. Even for the very casual player, there's not much play in the zone. No, I tend to feel that it'll be something that people will dip in and out of for like a 20-minute blast just to get the weekly stuff done. Maybe to get their gigantic seeds to quickly go give themselves a chance at the mount sort of thing. But I'm not convinced that the zone is going to have any sort of longevity, if that makes sense. I tend to think, and this was one of my criticisms of the zone, it's a lovely looking zone. The aesthetics in the zone are absolutely fantastic. But my major criticism with the zone generally was that it's an absolute copy-paste of the Cavern 10.1, but with even less in it, which is worrying. Especially considering this is the last major content patch. Or the last, major season. Now, I do still think Blizzard have got another zone up their sleeves. I do think we will see one more zone in this expansion. One more area to play through. But, heavens above, if the Emerald Nightmare is meant to keep us busy for a year. Sheesh. Fated Time Rift, calling it now. Who knows? And we put this in here, and we click transform. What? 444? 6 of 8? Why did it only go to 6 of 8? Hang on. Were we short on something? Why did that only go to 444? That was close. I'm glad I spotted that. Are we short on anything? I don't think we are. Hang on. Let me go bung that back in the upgradey doodah. $63 Whelpling Dreaming crests left. That should have been enough to do. You can still upgrade it after you catalyst it. Save your trip. Yeah, I know, but safety first with this game at the moment. Okay. I don't know why it didn't do that first time. Maybe I misclicked. Entirely possible. I suspect the copy-paste mentality will be something we see a lot more of in the next 3 expansion packs. To play devil's advocate a little bit here, obviously you've got to look at it from the perspective mainly that if they have now got a big enough development team that they are able to practically work on 2 expansions at the same time, whilst also having enough developers still to kick out content for the current expansion. I mean, there's no underlying, there's no way to sugarcoat that. That's great news. That means they've got so many developers on team that they can, work so far ahead. That's really good. But if you were to play devil's advocate and you were to try and pick a hole in that, it could very easily be that if something is put forward that is not well received by the player base, one of the big problems could be is that it could already be representative, you know, multiple times forward, and that it might be, if they're to use another analogy, if they're driving a really big ship and they're going in a direction and the player base puts an iceberg in front of them saying that, okay, this is a feature or a system or a something that we really, really don't like, how much more difficult is it going to be for them to not hit that iceberg again? If they are working at such a scale and so far ahead. That's the only one sort of concern for me with this seemingly approach to much faster content, much, you know, working way ahead of them. Now, historically, Blizzard have actually always worked like 1 or even 2 expansions ahead of themselves, but they probably haven't had the manpower to like go hard, if that makes sense, go heavy with it. They seem to be quite comfortable in advertising now that they've got sufficient enough teams of people working on multiple expansions. I hope it means nothing but good stuff. I really do. I think it's nice to see that they're, you know, still pushing with retail. They could so easily just kind of like, you know, sit back and just coast. And it's nice to see them not doing that. But okay, so now with reset, we can basically do just what we did again. We can do what we did again to get 2 more pieces. That would be our 4 set of last tier. But that's still, as far as we're concerned, with our item levels, with the type of content that I do, still worth the time and the effort putting in. I like. I want to watch the Q&A. I've not watched the Q&A. Where is the Q&A? Hang on, I had it somewhere. Where did I put it? Copy link address. There we go. Right. What we are going to need to do, actually, kill the tunes in game. Boop. Kill the tunes over here. I'll just turn that account off. How many monitors do I have in my setup? 3. You lot are on the left with my OBS. Game is on the middle. Other stuff, mostly Twitch dashboards, YouTube stream dashboards, the like, is on the right. I need a 4th one though. I need another one up here. I have 4 monitors. I have the monitors. That's not actually the problem. It's that I need to somehow fix them in a way that looks nice. Right, let's make sure this is correct. That one. Can you have too many I don't think it is possible to have too many monitors now. And I think every time you add another one, you just slowly but surely want another one. I apologise for any of you lot that have already seen this, but I'm a few days late to the party on this one because I was away over the weekend, so this is news to me. Let me know what the volume is like for you guys on this.
Hey everyone, welcome to WoWcast. Today we're going to have the Q&A about the War Within. Please introduce yourselves.
Hey everyone, I'm Ian Hasikostas, Game Director on WoW.
Hello, my name is Morgan Day. I'm one of the Associate Game Directors on World of Warcraft.
Thank you guys so much for hanging out with me. And let's go straight to the questions. Our
Oh,
first
no
question
messing.
is from Fusser from
Good
the Warcraft
effort.
Community Council. And they ask, in the near future, will a 2024 roadmap be revealed?
I can say that is something we're working on in the near future. Hopefully we can roll it out in the next couple of months. We love the
They
reception.
don't mind changing it
to
anyway.
Us pulling back the curtain and setting expectations for what 2023 was going to look like. We're just buttoning up some final details, but want to have a similar picture.
They're
that we
crossing
can
out
lay for
professions again.
2024.
Sending
I
it
can
back to the
say that
Photoshop
even
guys.
After Guardians of the Dream, that's just rolled out this week, players can expect 3 more updates to Dragonflight before War Within pre-patch. So we'll have all the details when the roadmap lands.
Right, pause, Andy. 3 more updates before pre-patch. So 10.2.5, 10.2.7, 10.2.7.5 point something else. Nerfs, and more nerfs. Oh no. Well, three. What? Hang on. What was his exact words?
After Guardians of the Dream, for what 2023 was going to look like, we're just buttoning up some final details, but want to have a similar picture that we can lay out for 2024. I can say that even after Guardians of the Dream, that's just rolled out this week, players can expect 3 more updates to Dragonflight.
See, now 3 more updates is very different than 3 more patches. So that's going to be, yeah, we'll have like a little something. Okay, I mean that's good news. It's good that if you do the maths on that, then if we've got near to a year until the next expansion, that means every 10 weeks ish, because obviously we've got this patch that we're playing now, and this will last us a while. Pre-patch as well, 50 weeks in a year. Roughly every 10 weeks or so, we should be seeing something to do in the game. 10.2.5 for whatever, 10.3 for a fated raid, 10.3.5 for story prep towards War Within. TikTok integration. Oh god.
Before War Within
Shush.
pre-patch. So we'll have all the details when the roadmap lands.
Our next question is from AJPST
Oh.
on the WoW subreddit.
Oh.
They ask, what do you guys think about the 3-day early access?
Yeah, so obviously we've seen a lot of discussion about the early access aspect of the Epic Edition in the last few days. So really where this came from, where this started, was us looking across the board to add value to the expansion bundles at all levels. So starting at the base edition of War Within, compared to Dragonflight,
At
like,
all
that includes
bundles.
the boost now, which again was only available in Heroic and up in Dragonflight. It includes Dragonflight itself if you didn't, own that already. So when we increase the value of the base level, we need to also make sure that the increased tiers have their own.
Oh no, this is such a
Those are
stinky
considered
PR
options,
answer.
Cosmetics, features, access, things like that. One of the things, of course, we paid attention to across the industry is the option of early access as well as beta access. We understand as a live game, as an MMO, as a competitive and cooperative game, there are some unique dimensions to any kind of early access offering here. And there's a little bit of fine print that people have seen on the website, but I want to just elaborate on what that means a bit more. We're really trying to do everything we can to ensure that this is really just a head start on leveling up. You can jump in and work on getting to 80, exploring the world, seeing the story, but Mythic Zero dungeons, weekly quests, things like weekly specialization cooldowns.
No, Ian, shush!
The high-end treasure tables, if there are rares that drop limited epics, all those things that will feel like any kind of long-term competitive advantage are not going to be available during this first few days.
That doesn't make a blind bit of difference.
Just going hard at an expansion launch, you may be familiar with the fact that those things have already traditionally been locked until the first weekly reset, until Tuesday morning in North America, Wednesday morning in Europe, Thursday morning in Asia. That is staying the same. We're just kind of pulling in that week 0 starting point a bit. The goal here is to make sure that, certainly by the time Season 1 starts, if you have 2 players with similar playstyles side by side and one of them had early access and the other didn't, you really can't tell which is which in terms of any competitive aspect of the game that matters. So it's looking to offer increased value
This is
where we
painful.
can, but also roll it out and manage it carefully to make sure that it's fair.
Our next
Okay, that was painful to watch because, well, this is where Ian is very good. His lawyer background has clearly prepped him well for this job with Blizzard, of that he is able to put forward an argument in a very cohesive way that is very, very PR based. The reality, I think, is that now that it's there is a lot of legal implications of them taking it away again, because you can't take money off somebody for something and then pull the rug. They would then have to go the route of like offering refunds, offering reimbursement. It's an absolute living nightmare from a business standpoint to make a significant change, like to take it out. You also can't then just say, well, they were screwed, really. They're caught between a rock and a hard place in many cases with this. I honestly don't think they expected quite the backlash to this. That was such a painful answer to watch. The whole, oh, it's not going to make a difference. The first week of an expansion launch is the biggest week in most people's calendar year when it comes to this game, right? If you're going to play at any point this game, the time you want to play it is the first week of an expansion. If you have to sit there and watch your friends, your guild members, everybody else get to play the game, and you have to sit there for 72 hours until you're going to log in, you are made to feel bad. It's FOMO, fear of missing out. It's literally the thing. They are giving people... Oh, okay. Okay, I knew we weren't going to get clarification to that, but that answer was hard to watch. That was the only answer he could give, and I feel for Ian on having to, say that message, get that message across, but claiming that that's just putting forward, but it doesn't matter to you. This is what I was saying about this last week. If it doesn't matter to you, it's not a problem. You need to address the concern to the people who it does matter to, not the people who it doesn't. That's why that was quite painful to watch. Okay, move on.
Next question is from Zayaxlein from Germany. And they ask, if expansions are supposed to be released faster in the future, will that have an impact on the amount of content per expansion? And if not, how do you ensure that the quality and quantity remain the same?
That's a great question, something we've also heard a lot of discussion around. Just want to be clear, obviously we're focused right now on the War Within, and that's what we're talking about. But as Chris Metzen laid out, we have Midnight and the Last Titan on the horizon. Those are WoW expansions. And we're not trying to do some game shrinkflation here. WoW expansions are staying WoW expansions, right? When you see War Within, that's 4 zones, 8 dungeons, new levels, a raid, all of that stuff. Again, not saying much about Midnight, but I can say it's going to have 4 zones, dungeons, a raid, etc. And so really that's what we're holding to. Now, we've made no secret of the fact that we want to reduce lulls and gaps in our content delivery over the years. A lot of the investment we've made in growing the World of Warcraft development team in recent years has been building towards realizing this exact goal. Being able to
18 months, 12 months.
A steady patch cadence, content update cadence like we've seen throughout Dragonflight, while still being on track for a big, ambitious expansion offering on schedule. And when you opt into War Within, you're not just signing up for what's there at launch, you're signing up for a continuation of that frequent Dragonflight-style update schedule. Our main goal is to ensure that we're telling the story without meaningful pauses or lulls, but also at the same time not rushing through it and giving each, whether it's a narrative beat or a raid tier or whatever, the time that it needs to breathe and for players to really enjoy it at their own pace with the next thing on the horizon.
Yeah, and like Ian mentioned, there's 3 more updates coming in Dragonflight. One of those things will be a Season 4, like we saw with Shadowlands, and that's an opportunity for us to do some
fated season
things, as well as to kind of revisit some of what we saw in Season 4 of Shadowlands. But there's also some like kind of awesome surprises coming in there that the team has really been looking at ways to like provide really unique.
God, I hope
experiences
these
for the players
surprises
and
are
really make
good.
Sure that Dragonflight
I
is
really hope
fresh
these
and exciting
surprises are
all the way
good.
through as we move into the War Within.
What's a fated season? A fated season is what Blizzard have done previously, asked to fill a gap, basically. They're not going to give you a new raid, but they will take you back to an old raid. Consider it time walking, just, you know, time walking times 2 sort of thing. Instead of going back and having, you know, they'll revamp something. They'll throw a twist at something that we've already got and make you do it again, but with like slightly new rewards and whatever. Consider it more like a time walking, but for like end game, if that makes sense. More yachts. 90 euros for an expansion, 130 euros for 12 months of gaming equals 220 euros per year per player, assuming they play the whole year. Well, yeah, see, this is it, right? If they are going to... This was the main concern I think that people really had, was if they're going to push the 2-year expansion to be an 18-month expansion or even to be a 12-month expansion, then it makes that initial expansion cost... well, more. There's no way to show. It's just more. Of course, Blizzard would like to make more money because they're a business, sure. But it starts to get... I mean, it's already challenging when... It's challenging when they pay... They have a box price and a subscription and everything else that they already have. They're already double, triple, quadruple dipping in the first place. They can get away with it because they're almost market leaders, or they probably... I think as far as MMOs go, Blizzard is still market leaders with that. I know Final Fantasy is done work, but... They can get away with it, but the question is for how long. Will druids have dynamic flight in all of their flight forms?
Our next question is from many players around the world, and including myself. Will druids have dynamic flight in all of their
I'm trying
flight
not to
forms,
pause too
or
often.
some, or will there be a new flight form specifically for dynamic flying for druids?
Can confirm that druids will have dynamic flight in their flight forms. That's how
There we
flying
go.
is going to work going forward.
Our
Boom.
next question is...
Easy answer. Easy answer. GG. What's dynamic flight? Dynamic flight is dragon riding, not on a dragon. Dragon riding is practically just being renamed to dynamic flight. The same mechanics of dragon riding, just not on a dragon. In all of the zones, I think it's coming in 10.2.5 to all of the zones, right? I think the next the next patch is going to bring dynamic flight in a way.
From the Warcraft Community Council, why is static flying not available until level 80 while dynamic flying is immediately available off the bat? May we hear your reasoning for this, please?
Yeah, I can take that one. You know, we actually discussed this quite a bit as we were moving into Dragonflight, but something about dragon riding, it just makes the questing experience a lot more engaging and exciting, and, you know, it really changes the way you engage with the world. And also, you know, until you've really mastered it, there's a bit more variance to it, where, you know, with static flight, you can kind of like pop up, idle, look around, exactly pinpoint the quest mob, boop, land right on top of it, versus there's a lot more, like, you know, active gameplay with dragon riding, aka dynamic flight. I have to train my brain now.
Yeah, me too.
Dynamic flight. So yeah, we just
See, there we go.
You know,
Dynamic flight, dragon riding, it's the same thing. They've just renamed it because it's not necessarily always going to be on a dragon.
that's a much more interesting way to engage with the world, especially during level up as you're still exploring. And then we will have static flight unlock not too long after reaching max level. There's probably some really basic things that you might be used to, like explore the world, do some questing. We won't have renown on it. We learned that lesson. And then you'll be able to unlock it very early on in the War Within as well.
Do you think they really learn the lesson? Or do you think they try their luck every time and just see if there's enough of a kickback? I wonder if that's the case, you know, because I mean, how many times have they been told Pathfinder we don't like? Literally how many times? When was the first time we had a Pathfinder? Was it Warlords of Draenor? Was it WOD the first time we had a Pathfinder? And every single time since, everybody has always told them, we don't like. Please don't make us, chase our own tails to be able to just use flying. It's been one of the most common arguments, so they clearly don't learn. This time they were like, oh, we'll put some renown in there. Nope, they didn't like it again. Yeah, it's a learning experience. I don't think it was really taken. This is a big one, though. This is worthy of a video in itself. Welcome in, YouTube, if that happens to be the case. Regarding professions, is the new system that we got in Dragonflight staying? Are there any changes coming to what we saw in Dragonflight?
Our next question is from Dirty Paws from the Warcraft Community Council. Regarding professions, is the new system we got in Dragonflight staying? Are there any changes coming to what we saw in Dragonflight?
Yeah, totally. So
please be good, please be good, please be good.
We will have new kind of specialization points where you can kind of customize your different professions as you are continuing to skill up in the War Within. Something else we're looking at is inspiration, the stat. We added a bunch of cool new stats.
Busted!
In Dragonflight. And inspiration is one that we've heard a lot of feedback on and kind of keeping an eye on, since ultimately sometimes you have to kind of crit your crafting to make it the most valuable one possible. And if you have to crit, then the crit isn't a crit anymore; it's success. So we're looking at that one. And then lastly, we've seen a lot of great feedback around crafting orders and how people are enjoying that. But if you're not someone who's like at the bleeding edge of the crafting system, it can be hard to find crafting orders that you can fill. So we're looking at ways to kind of increase availability of crafting orders. And one of the ideas that we're currently experimenting with, and not sure that this is something that we'll be able to do at the launch of War Within, but we think it's a really fun idea to explore, is the idea of like NPC crafting orders, where maybe when you go to the crafting order UI, there'll be like someone, the Valdrakken Accord wants you to make some stuff for them because, they're short on swords or something. They broke them all. Something like that could be really fun, so that it increases the audience that can engage with the crafting orders. So those are kind of the areas that we're looking at for War Within.
Okay. Vastly big agree on the inspiration, and that inspiration has turned into a situation where it's not a case of, it's not considered a bonus, it's considered the only way to succeed. So everything that doesn't crit, as he named it, everything that doesn't crit is basically trash, put it in the bin. And so you stack your inspiration so high that you end up pressing the button less and putting less in the bin. The only thing you then care about is that the only success, the only positive outcome is when you do get inspiration. Now that's an itemization issue. That's not one that inspiration in and of itself is really dramatically going to change. What they need to do is either give people the ability to skill up far enough so that inspiration doesn't need to be a thing at a certain point, or they need to carefully create a way where, let's say there's 5 ranks of something, that maybe rank 4 is what is considered the norm. There are ways and means in which you could go about doing that. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see what they do with inspiration. I think inspiration works perfectly fine. It's just 10 times too powerful. Inspiration, I think, would work perfectly fine if they just chopped it down, made it so that you could maybe, you could never gain more than like 5% inspiration. That means 1 out of 20 times you craft something, it actually procs into a higher into a higher quality, but it is no way, it would not in any way, shape or form be something that would be the way you could do this. The way you could do this is very simple. You could have rank 4 be 3 item levels less than what the equivalent raid gear is, where if it crits or inspires, if you get an inspired craft, it is then the same as the mythic gear, right? This means it's or the same item level. So it would mean that a tier 4 piece of crafting gear, this would also work nicely with Blizzard's hierarchy for gearing. Have it so that crafted gear would make rank 4 the norm, because the implications of getting a rank 5 in the first place start to get a little bit too ridiculous. But rank 4 is still so good, it's still very good, right? You could have it in that sort of banding. So regular crafted gear would be 4, which would be 2 or 3 item levels less than the equivalent raid gear, and on a 5% inspiration chance, literally luck, then you would get the 5 of 5, which would match it and make it equal. People would still only want rank 5. Well, you have to some way make it so that people clearly want the best, but you also have to make it so that there is significant effort or significantly. I know. I understand the mentality of anything but the best is dog shit. But you have to look at it from the perspective that if it is significant... Now, the only way to easily portray this is with cost, right? If it was to cost 5,000 gold for you to get your rank 4, and that's 3 item levels lower than the equivalent piece of raid gear, but of course it's crafted. Yet if the difference was 5,000 gold to 150,000 gold for you to continuously recraft to get that rank 5, sure, there'd be some people who would do it, but it wouldn't necessarily be considered mandatory. Now, the smarter way to do it is to actually remove that from being a gold cost, right? What you want to do is you want to make it so crafters, when they are crafting, you could implement something. They almost got this right with Dragonflight. You could implement something like Crafter's Might or something, for example. Crafters have to work to earn their Crafter's Might. This is kind of a flip on, or a twist on, the Artisan's Metal design. You could have like Crafter's Might, meaning that you could supersede the inspiration chance on a craft, but you have to earn your crafter's might somehow. Maybe you could have that limited to only 1 or 2 or 3 crafts per week that you as a crafter could do with this crafter's might. So you'd remove and it would only be with that crafter's might to where you could possibly ever create something at rank 5. That would mean that, there would be a very limited supply of potential craft, like rank 5 pieces of gear early on, but as the season goes through and more people have spare crafter's might, because the people demanding the gear off them is less, you could I don't know, you could weave it in some way like that. But they definitely do need to address the fact that inspiration was OP as all hell, and it was so strong, in fact, that it actually pulled the rug out from under the rest of the crafting system. It kind of unraveled the rest of the crafting system because inspiration was so strong. Make it a system like Transmutes, nothing could ever go wrong there. Well, I mean, you can't always play around bad coding. The Artisan's Metal would have meant so much more to the game if inspiration wasn't as powerful. People chose to just recraft something a bunch of times because inspiration was able to get so high that you could, even if you were unlucky, you'd have to recraft something like 4 or 5 times. But most people with 2, 3, 4 crafts or recrafts of a piece of gear could get inspiration to proc and make something at max quality. The way you were meant to get max quality gear was to use your Artisan's Metal. That was the, on the whiteboard in the drawing room, that was the concept. You use your artisan's metal as a way to guarantee the top quality stuff, but there's only a limited amount of this artisan's metal, so you have to be choosy when you use it. You have to pick and choose the crafts that you want to use it on. Whether you choose to use it to make your own gear first and then sell your extra artisan's metal to other people, whether you focus it only on guild members or something along those lines. A limitation in the amount of times that you can make a max quality piece of gear was kind of the design concept. But that concept was superseded by the fact you could just recraft something using and wait for your inspiration to proc instead. I have a typo on the on-screen text and it's driving me nuts. I have a typo? I don't have any on-screen text. Oh, have I got too many letters in available? Oh well. We'll leave that there. We're not changing that now. I went off the deep end on inspiration then. What else did they say?
Currently experimenting with, and not sure.
Oh, NPC orders.
That we'll be able to do at the launch of War Within, but we think it's a really fun idea to explore. Is the idea of like NPC crafting orders, where maybe when you go to the crafting order UI, there'll be like someone, the Valdrakken Accord wants you to make some stuff for them because they're short on swords or something. They broke them all. Something like that could be really fun.
Something like that could be really fun. Fun's not the word I would use. That feels a hell of a lot like a band-aid to a problem. That feels like a band-aid fix. NPC work orders was something people suggested in Dragonflight as a band-aid fix. I don't think that is fun. I don't think that works as fun. What that would also do, how is that fun? That would just create another tick list thing, right? Because if you do NPC work orders, what's likely to happen is that people are going to very, very quickly figure out that, right, okay, the NPC orders provide you X amount of gold. All it does is it's like you would log on, you would go to your work orders, you would fulfill 4 NPC work orders, make 1,000 gold for each one, and then log off. The problem, that's not fun. That's not you integrating within the crafting economy. That is a way that's just a mission table. That's a mission table again. I wouldn't necessarily go as far as to say that's fun. It gives people that should, if they were going to do something like that, they really should have done that for the launch of Dragonflight. I don't see that as like an improvement to the work order system. That's a step sidewards, not a step forward in my mind. Unless they have some. It's just no. I can't feel good about that. It is just purely fudging the books, isn't it? That's just diddling the numbers. It's a step sidewards at best, I think, NPC work orders. What you really should have said is you were going to open work orders for past expansion crafts to drive incentive for people to continue leveling and collecting past expansion recipes and stuff, and to give some extra way for people to complete their transmog sets, give people a reason and an incentive to collect the old recipes, to generate a bit of movement in the economy of past expansion materials. Expanding the work order system backwards through all of the past expansions would have been a much better. NPC work orders feels like a band-aid fix. Not a fan. Unless they have something very special up their sleeve.
Increases the audience that can engage with the crafting orders. So those are kind of the areas that we're looking at for War Within.
Our next question is from Verald from
Okay,
Cyrus.
let's move on.
How will the Warbands Transmog unlocking work with class-locked items such as tier set tokens?
Yeah, we're still kind of working through the details there, but in terms of the tier set tokens, we imagine that would kind of remain to be soulbound. Certainly that's an area where we're looking to get feedback on. Like I know there are people who have multiple of one character, so that's definitely, or sorry, one class. So that's definitely something that we'll be listening to feedback on, but right now the plans are those will stay soulbound, but that doesn't mean if based on feedback we couldn't find some alternative solutions there.
Yeah, I think it's going to vary across legacy content. Set pieces were obtained in some different ways.
Right.
I think if specifically as personal loot or otherwise something is obtained directly as the warrior set, then you'll have to earn that on a warrior. There won't be a way to, when playing your rogue, collect a warrior appearance if it's dropping with class-specific logic. In others, with regard to generalized item drops,
Why not?
though, the goal is just for armor type not to matter.
Okay.
Once you have the item in your possession, if you don't know the appearance will be added to your warband.
Class sets are a fun one though, because
Yeah.
it's changed how those have actually been acquired so many times over the years that the team's really gonna have to dig in and look at each individual one and hopefully come up with solutions, but yeah.
I trust them. I believe.
The solution there, I think really has to be a blanket across the board approach to it, right? Surely because otherwise it just gets messy and it gets unnecessary and it gets annoying. You want a relatively broad across the board approach to this. If an all or nothing, why only do it? Yeah, exactly. I think Haley's hit the nail on the head there. You want to do all or nothing. If they're going to take the step now to allow you to go and run old dungeons, run old raids, to collect appearances, anything that drops that has an appearance that I as a person don't have in my collection should be accessible on that character I'm running. That's the core concept of this change, I think. If you have to run through the dungeon and if some of the stuff you pick up you can get the appearances of, but this 7 years ago was a rare sought after piece and was only obtainable on certain characters, why are you still implementing that restriction? The only reason you're running that dungeon for the most part would be to be getting those appearances that you don't have. Across the board blanket making the items themselves bind on account, or what will be the equivalent of Warbound until equipped. Warbound until equipped is a new item type that appears to be coming, which will mean that you can give it to any of your alts. You can put it in the Warband bank, but soon as it is equipped, it becomes soulbound. Which is kind of like bind on account, realistically, just with a slight twist. I think they really do need to focus on an all or nothing. If you still have to collect warrior tier set pieces from past expansions, if you still have to be doing that on a warrior, that's still going to be just as annoying, because you could be running it on your warrior and the mage one drops for you and you're not on the mage, and so you don't get the appearance, and you're back at where we are now, which is a severe level of frustration. That's hence why the question was asked, that are you going to do all or nothing? I hope they do a 180 on that one. I hope they just say, right, you get the appearances. I think they really need to go in that direction. Otherwise, it'll be too complicated otherwise. Make all old tokens just one type. Yeah, I'm sure the logistics behind the scenes are a little bit more complicated, but even if that's the case, if they're going to do it, they need to do it properly, I think, with that.
Our next question is from Maury from Discord. Can we opt out of warbands?
Not currently. That is not the plan. You will have your warband across all of your characters. We have discussed certain elements of warbands that maybe you wouldn't want to have available on like a brand new character, right? Like one of those examples is exploration. We know often exploration is actually really helpful when you're leveling a new character to know, wait, where haven't I been, right? So that's one of those kind of unique areas
Is
where
it?
we looked at. And, like, actually, this is
Sure.
a space where maybe we don't want to do that, just from a pure gameplay perspective. It would actually
Maybe.
be less convenient
Yeah.
to have that. So definitely looking at areas like that. that
quest
we can
markers
look
are for,
to make
right?
Adjustments to.
Yeah, I'd definitely be curious to kind of hear a bit more about what's behind this question. Like, if there's someone who's looking to opt out of Warbands, what aspect of it would you not want defaulted to being inherently account-wide? Because most of this to us, based on the feedback we've heard from players, certainly over the
I'm pretty sure at this point, Ian is just like hardcore face palming. Like for years and years and years, everybody's been telling him that they want everything to be account wide, make everything account wide. He turns around and goes, "We're going to make things account wide," and they're like, "Can we opt out of this?" I bet he feels like he can't win right now.
years
Oh,
feels
dear.
like universally desirable convenience. But if we're overlooking something, we definitely like to hear that feedback.
I'll be sure to forward that over once I get it. Our next question is from Ravage from the Warcraft Community Council. How will
Oh, this is a good
account-wide
question.
everything work for people who have multiple accounts on one client? Will each account be separated by their licenses, or will all licenses accounts be included in the Warband account-wide everything?
Your Warband, the members of your Warband will span your Battle.net account. So if you have multiple WoW licenses, all of those will share Warband benefits. Now,
Oh,
there are
snap.
some restrictions and limitations when it comes to that particular case. I think, for starters, when you're looking at the login screen of character select, you will only see the members of your Warband on that WoW account. You can't log into a different WoW account. That's crossing some walls that are pretty hard barriers within our system.
Right.
Also, if you're actively multi-boxing, there may be some restrictions on interacting with certain aspects of shared Warbound
Did he just say the word multi-boxing? It's a sin, I thought.
systems, like the Warband Bank, for example. If one character on account A is actively using the Warband Bank, account B may find that that is currently locked. Again, that's simply just for transactional security and other things along those lines. But if you're just
That's
looking
good to know.
play, make progress toward achievements, earn renown, share transmog, all of those things, doesn't matter whether you're on one WoW account or multiple, as long as they're on the same BNet.
Yeah, there's definitely some solutions that we've discussed. Like for those of you that have been on multiple characters, how only one of them can make progress on your pet battles, because that's a kind of account-wide progress. There'll be similar solutions like that we'll see for a couple different systems, where it's like, okay, this one logged in first, you're the one that kind of has tap to earn certain certain progress across your account.
All right.
Okay, that's cool. I wonder how far that is going to stretch then, because one of the things that they've claimed is that gold is going to just be pulled out from characters and made account wide, to my understanding at least anyway. So that means, I tell you what, they're going to have to do some work to lock this down, It's going to be busted when they first launch this. There is no chance, absolutely no chance they launch this without about 24 exploits available on day one. There is no chance this goes live and goes smooth. Duping Deluxe, it's going to be outrageous. I was very, very convinced that they were going to have it on a per license basis rather than on a Battle.net wide basis. Buy the Epic Edition so you can dupe for the first 3 days. Oh, Lord. Toons will get bricked, no doubt. It's going to be, I tell you what, I'm generally overall happy with that answer. It's kind of cool that your Warband is going to span your whole Battle.net account. There is also, I was just about to say, NA and EU makes for a nice follow-up question there, because you can technically have an NA account and an EU account on the same Battle.net. I have 8 accounts on my Battle.net, but they're all EU, so it's not something I will ever come across. But my NA account is by itself solo. I could also then make an EU. I don't know. Yeah, there's some interesting. Ooh, there's lots of spaghetti behind that one, isn't there? Let's hope they connect all the dots nicely and it doesn't get too broken. Gold seems to be a weird mix of having a warband gold pool, sort of like a guild bank, and then your individual character's gold. In the concept arts, it did seem to show like a gold value in your warband, yeah. Going to be a bit of a wild west. I'm sure it is going to be a wild west for a while. Could be fun though.
Right, our next question is from Severex from the Guild Unleashed. How will account-wide rep work with the opposing factions, such as Frenzy Heart Tribe versus Oracles and the Aldor versus the Scryers?
So for this one, was trying to be very clear on the What's Next panel. The current plan is that our War Within renown and reputations will be shared across the entire account. When it comes to more of those legacy ones, we're still kind of looking into what it'll take to achieve that. But even in that world, there are certain reputations like that are really tied to the fantasy of an individual character, right? Like, oh, this character made a choice. So it's very likely we would keep those one tied to the characters, but then there's also the element of, well, what were the rewards that I got from those choices? And those are the areas we want to make sure that that's shared across your account. So it's more just the fantasy of that reputation with that character, where what you might have gotten from it, we would still want to be able to share across your whole warband.
Yeah, as Morgan.
The reputation side of it, and this is a pattern I see with Blizzard quite frequently. Morgan then quite clearly said, we tried to be clear about this. If they wanted to be clear about stuff, they wouldn't give so ambiguous, I can't say that word, but you know what I mean. They wouldn't give such ambiguous answers so frequently. This is something we're looking into, is about as clear as a muddy puddle, right? It doesn't tell you anything. If you want to be clear, you need to use definitive language. You need to say this is going to be a thing or this is not going to be a thing. The easy answer to that would be past expansion reputations are not going to be account wide, at least for launch. This is something we are going to work on in time. Boom, clear, clarity, done. Something we're looking into is too fluffy. Too fluffy. Some things are meant to be fluffy, but answers to a Q&A should not.
Said, I think for sure War Within reps will work this way. We hope and aim to make Dragonflight reps also kind of retroactively Warband level, because those feel current and relevant. For new players leveling up in War Within, Dragonflight's going to be the level up experience. But for the dozens and dozens of other reps, it's something we want to do. The answer, just to be clear, it's not a this will never work on the Warband level. It's just there's a lot of, kind of data archaeology and making sure that we're converting and fixing up things appropriately that needs to be undertaken. We want to make sure we're not losing any data along the way. That's something we want to do, but it will take time.
All right, our next question is from Varlens from France. How many characters can we fit into a warband, and are we limited to one warband per account?
Well, that's kind of been answered. 480?
It is 50 characters per
60.
account, but like we said,
60 as of Dragonflight.
Oh, 60 as of Dragonflight.
Used to be 50.
Old info here.
We raised the cap because of those amazing hardcore altaholics out there who had 50 characters, and then we're like, here is Evoker. Delete one of your characters. Okay, let's raise the cap.
So 60 per WoW account, but like we said, you can have multiple.
6 times 8, 48. 480 characters.
Lots.
Anybody here in the 480 character club? I know there's one person. I don't know if he's watching.
There's a lot. That is so much. Nice. Our next question is from the Cat's Meow from the Guild Garbage. Will Mythic Plus portals be account bound?
Yes, so as of about 12 hours ago, I was talking to the team and felt like, yes, in War Within, your portals can be account bound.
All right, our next question is from
Account
Roland
bound
from
portals.
France.
Easy.
Can we customize the background of the Warband menu, please?
So this is a request we've heard from a few folks since rolling out that look at the new character select screen. We're going to have one cool backdrop at launch in War Within. Definitely feedback there is heard loud and clear. We're looking into, I think adding that functionality and customization down the line. It's not going to be something we can do right at launch. But I think, as we've said a couple times, we really see Warbands as a foundation to build upon. And so, yeah, like the idea that as you reach a certain Warband renown level with a certain group, if you could have their settlement, if you like their vibe, you like their general architecture, if you could unlock using their settlement as your background character select screen, that's the kind of thing we'd love to chase in the future.
Creativity! Woo!
Okay. Our next question is from Alistair from Germany. Since you're also revamping the banks through the Warband feature, are there also plans to revise or expand the general bag's bank storage system? Will we finally be able to replace the standard bag?
No plans currently to look at a broader kind of revamp there. Ultimately, often when we hear this feedback, we'll look to try to really look at more tactical solutions, right? Like I think Guardians of the Dream is a great example where we heard a lot of feedback around people's bag space, and the item upgrade system was something that we looked at to kind of
Rip bag space.
Resolve some of the problems.
Every day.
In Guardians of the Dream, those will move your crests and stuff will move into your currency tab. Another one that we talked a lot about was, I mentioned you might need some keys to open some chests and delves, and right from the onset we were like, okay, please don't make me have a ton of keys in my bag for this. So the team has already talked about having those keys kind of live in the delves UI so that you don't have to carry those around your bag. So definitely looking at tactical ways to fix that, and anytime that people do feel like, there's so much stuff in my bags, that's really great feedback for us to say like, okay, but
has anybody else noticed that Morgan's not even wearing socks? He's not even wearing shoes. I've just noticed that it's really off-putting. I can't focus on the fact this guy is going barefoot. He's wearing flip-flops, is he? Oh, Lord. It just looks like he's raw dogging it. For free? For free? Get that shit on OnlyFans, man. Lord.
How are we creating this problem for you? And really looking at that from that perspective versus saying, okay, let's just make your bags bigger and bigger, when in reality, it might be problems that we're creating that we should be solving in different ways.
I will also add, though, that I think the way the OG character bank works is something we want to improve. Our focus right now is just on Warband storage. But yeah, I agree that it feels archaic to have to buy a whole set of bags and individually put them in your bank slots when we have examples from the Guild Bank and the Warband Bank of just a more streamlined tabbed system.
I'm still going to say this, right? And I know this rubs people up the wrong way, but please, Blizzard, let me buy bank space. Let me buy bank space with Blizzard Balance. Fuck, I'll take my credit card out if I have to. Let me buy bank space. You don't need, it's something that if people want it, they can have it. If they don't need it, they don't need it, There is seemingly nothing, unless you've got some real dumb level, Diablo level, stupid inventory system. Just give us more bag space, man. How long have we been asking for more bank space? We got the reagent bank and we were like, yes, finally. How many people's reagent banks is stocked to the brim of just things, but it's still never enough. Just let us have more bag space, please.
But focuses on Warbands for now.
You don't like the bag progression minigame?
I mean, I know tailors love it, but it's maybe not the most elegant thing.
Our next question is from a lot of players all around the
Bag
world.
bloat.
Is there something more you can do about bag bloat? The Warband bank sounds like a step in the right direction, but we're still piling up valuable items faster than our bags are growing.
Pretty much what Morgan just said to
Asked
that.
by many
something
players.
that We've heard probably more than ever over the course of Dragonflight, when we've really doubled down on more varied world content in particular, which tends to have localized little systems and ecosystems, and you're gathering fragments as part of one event, or you're getting something else that's tied to a vendor as part of another. That can very quickly become overwhelming. We've been actively surveying, looking at what items are most commonly in players' bags and trying to use that to guide our development philosophy going forward. The answer, as Morgan said on the last question, isn't more
no.
bag space. At some point, if you have 120 things already, that is an overwhelming amount of stuff. We should be trying to limit what we're asking you to hold, rather than just giving you more and more space until you can't even find anything in your own inventory anymore.
Why to build on this, why have they not integrated? We have obviously loadouts, we have gear loadouts, but you still are responsible for storing all of that gear in your bags, right? Now, if you have a PvP set of gear and a raid set of gear, and then you might, it's very, very quick, and I think probably people don't utilize the gear loadouts just purely because they don't want to keep all that shit in their bags, right? Why do we not just have like separated storage for the gear, and then have your bags just be for things you want to carry about? You know, that I've always felt would make a lot more sense. I know it takes away a little bit from the RPG aspect because, you know, many other games even go by a weight system, so carrying your gear should be a burden. But I don't think it's that much of a burden realistically anymore. It just takes up vast quantities of space. Give us both. Give us more space. Reduce what they can make us hold so we decide what we want to hold. Yeah. I like the way that Final Fantasy does it, where each gear slot has its own bag. Yeah, that sort of thing. That sort of thing. Make it so that you can have up to 5 slots for each. You know, you could then have 5 loadouts of gear without it being detrimental to your own, like, actual personal storage. But WoW doesn't feel like an RPG anymore. No, there is vast parts of it that don't feel like an RPG at all. Vast parts of it. So holding on to some of these really old school RPG elements feels a bit odd.
A change that we are making in War Within also that will help to a small degree here is we're actually having, this is so exciting for me, but I'm sure most people are like, what are you talking about? Is like there will be subheaders within the currency tab. So like we can start to do things like say, hey, here are my War Within currencies. And then say, here's Season 1 War Within currencies. And then that way you can just say like, all right, collapse that. I don't want to see all the currency bloat as we've seen in the past.
World of Currency
a lot
Craft.
of the time the team does
Gamifying
discuss,
the
hey,
currency
should this be a
tab.
currency or should this be an item in the bag or how do we want to deal with that? And often the question is, well, is it evergreen or is it seasonal? And if it's seasonal, we often say, all right, it should be an item in your bag because we don't want that to be bloating my currency tab for the whole expansion. But in
Bloating your currency. No, the way to not bloat a currency tab is to not have 500 different currencies for everything. This is. You're driving down a one-way street the wrong way. Oh God!
Will, I think, help a lot in terms of being able to leverage that system more.
All right. Our next question is from Stud Muffin from the Guild Guardians of Fate.
Stud Muffin,
will we see the trading post in the next expansion as well?
Yep. I mean, yeah, it's been a fun addition to the WoW ecosystem, right? It's a chance to get a cool range.
It makes money
into the out to the player base of all playstyles. We're already planning out a full fun slate of themed drops over the course of 2024. And yeah, Trading Post is here to stay.
I'm sure Stud Muffin will be happy to hear that.
Did the sword go live during BlizzCon?
Exactly. Yes.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
I mean, everyone. I'm sure everyone tuning in to this Wowcast Q&A is ultra informed and already knows this. But one of the fun things we did with the Trading Post was the surprise drop for completing the monthly objective in November of a couple of sort of Sargeras transmogs. That would have been spoilery if they'd been there on November 1st, but a few days later, makes sense.
I love that.
Did you just recognize the sword?
What sword?
I tricked you.
Our next question is from
What
Arbiter
sword?
from Discord. What about server merging? Right now, most restrictions are lifted, cross-server groups and guilds, item and gold transfers, and region-wide auction house. What can we expect in the future?
More region-wide auction
Our
house.
approach so far has really been to tear down those barriers. Many aspects of the auction house still are realm-based. The commodities portion of it is region-wide. But there's still a lot of things that are rooted in server, not least of which is everyone's names and their guild names. But really, for now, our focus is on making it not matter what server you're on when it comes to basically any facet of your gameplay. If we reach a point down the line where we fully accomplished that goal, and it really raises the question of why do these exist at all, that's a bridge we would cross. But really, our focus is on the player experience first and foremost.
That's a good answer, and I actually think that the Warbands generally do a lot to remove the need for a fully region-wide auction house. I still think, generally speaking, it would be better for the overall player if everything was region-wide. Clearly not as good for your average player who wants to sell things and make a bit of gold because your competition just becomes ludicrous on the region-wide auction house. And there's no denying it does have the tendency to drive down the value of items very aggressively. But it does also mean that if you're willing to sell it at whatever the lowest price is, your success rate with selling stuff also increases. So there's kind of 6 of one, half a dozen of another. Warbands are going to remove a lot of the need for this, because if you have a account-wide level storage for like gold, you can just level a character. If you happen to be scouting the region for a recipe you don't own, a mount that you don't have, a pet that you want to buy, you can find wherever that pet is at its cheapest price and just make a character there, go to the auction house and buy it. Right? There's no friction there, other than the fact that the in-game will still not give you any way to visualize what the prices are on other realms. We seem to also sort of slightly forget as goblins that Oribos Exchange literally is critical to this cross-region marketplace that we kind of now live in, right? It's only external websites that can actually granularly track what the prices are on each and every single realm. In-game, even with add-ons like TSM, there is absolutely no way in-game, if you're looking at your auction house, to see what the price is on another realm.
Is that your wallet?
The new hotness is wowthing.org/auctions. Yeah, there's a few things out there that definitely work, but it's the fact is still that in the game there's no way to see any of that, so you're still kind of blinkered. You can only see what's happening on your realm. You may not know. You might go to the auction house and see a mount that you want, and the mount is 100,000 gold. You are probably blissfully ignorant that the mount could be for sale for 20,000 gold on every other realm. Your realm just happens to be expensive, unless a friend or a guild member or somebody says, you paid how much for that mount, and then you feel dumb. That is kind of a problem that I think they will address eventually. But Warbands does mean that if you are, how's the right word? If you are being proactive about scouting out the cheapest price for the things you want to buy, there's not going to be much friction left in the game from you doing that, I don't think. It would bring the overall gold cost down. Also, services which most people seem to be using their gold on these days. Yeah, I mean, there's definitely a few things that could be improved. Microsoft not controlling the token. I don't think Microsoft have anywhere near as much control over what's going on as some people think.
Our next question is from Phenomenon from the Warcraft Community Council. Will there be another stat squish? And if so, what does that look like this time? If another stat squish is enacted, will the team be looking into the after effects that occur in regards to legacy content?
So we're not currently planning on a stat squish for War Within. We're going to have some pretty large numbers, but they're comparable to numbers that we saw in Legion, let's say. We are planning.
Won't we critting in the millions?
In Midnight.
Billions.
When we get there, we've gotten better, basically, at doing this over the years. It's less of an ad hoc process and something we have more structure around. So I think I'm confident that we'll be able to better address legacy scaling. And as always, when we roll it out, make sure to roll it out from day one of the Midnight Alpha, so that we can have all the time needed to get any feedback or catch things you might have missed, to make sure that it's not disruptive when it comes to legacy content.
Our next question is from Rainy Metal.
Squish Inc., but not for a while.
Will the nature of the group finders, such as for looking for raids, dungeons, and time walking, ever be made cross-faction?
So there's aspects there that we want to continue
to
expand.
That's a good question.
The pre-made group finder is inherently cross-faction for groups that you can form and walk into instances. It's an opt-in activity by design. And I think our plan is to keep it that way, in the sense of avoiding situations where someone is randomly queuing up for something and then just finding themselves in a group with members of the opposite faction in a way that, can sort of violate some fundamental boundaries in the rest of the in-world Azeroth fiction. Our focus is on
Don't want to be
play with their
violating
first and
any
foremost.
boundaries
And we
anymore.
recognize, though, that there are some activities, time walking probably being the most notable among them, that can only be accessed via queuing. And there, what we would like to do, and we are working on this, is have the ability to say that, yes, if you're a pre-made cross-faction group, you can queue up for any of these queued activities, but that's not quite the same as random matchmaking with people who aren't opting into that cross-faction gameplay.
Our next question
Okay, so yes, but a no. Yes, but a no. That's fine. That's fine.
is from Rugsy from Discord. Can we expect to see the continuation of expanded character customization in The War Within? Can we expect more than new hair, eye colors coming in the future?
Yeah, I think this is another one of those ongoing projects. I think as we've seen,
People
over the
love
course of
themselves some
Dragonflight,
character
some other
customization.
updates, additional options for for different races as it makes sense. It's something same with our UI updates and other areas. We want to just keep adding options, keep adding variety, and I think certainly we've learned from Evoker customization, for example, how to offer some more areas of customization that we would love to bring to other
I
player
want a
races
chunky
down the
lizard,
line.
not a skinny
Our
lizard.
next question is from Shalandana from Germany. Why do we travel back in time in Midnight the Last Titan, and what does this mean? Are we talking about specific zones or an actual complete new old version of the world?
So I think there's some
Spoiler
misconception at the root of this question. This is definitely, we're not traveling in time at all. We have just healed the timeways as of Dawn of the Infinite recently. We don't need to venture there anytime soon, promise. When Chris Metzen said returning to the old world, he didn't mean old in the sense of temporal, but actually just returning to these familiar lands that we had visited at times in the past and seeing how they've changed and telling new stories in them. I think one of the things that is really essential for us when it comes to future World of Warcraft storytelling, and that we want to make sure we're able to do, is keep these iconic spaces vibrant and relevant. A world where it's, we've been to Northrend and we told the story of the Lich King there 15 years ago, therefore we can't use it anymore, is not a world that really best serves the Warcraft franchise. So in Midnight, yes, we're going to be returning to the lands.
They're running out of
the
stories,
Blood Elves,
clearly.
the lands around
Shit, we
Silverwood,
need to
Purple
reuse
Lost,
these zones.
And we will see how they've
Quick,
changed
bring back the
in the
pandas.
time since the Draenei arrived and the Blood Elves entered into World of Warcraft in 2007. But also we're going to expand and reimagine them. Same with Northrend in Last Titan. So no time travel here, only moving forward.
I love that.
Yeah, and since I'm sure people will have a thought on a follow-up, we'll absolutely make sure that you can, dynamic fly and kind of traverse around those spaces as you would expect, since right now I know in kind of some of those older spaces that's not currently available, but that's part of the fun of revisiting those spaces is not only bringing them up in fidelity in terms of how they look, but also, like Ian mentioned, making them kind of come to current day in terms of the timelines, as well as allowing.
You just need that NPC that allows you to switch between
yourself in the space north of the
one version and another.
Crazy.
So yeah, you just need that. It's not really time travel particularly. What's the character name? Zibadormi or something? Where you can just switch between the instance or the phase of a zone. So if you are, if you're leveling, you can do the old version, and then you can switch to current day. Kind of makes sense. I think one of the tricks that Blizzard has missed for years is creative use of their past assets. Look how much time they must have spent, collectively, on just building one expansion. To just kind of use that for 2 years and then just move on and never go back and use it again. They've got much better with it. And if it's done creatively, it doesn't feel cheap and it doesn't feel, low effort. We've seen this a few times now. Obviously towards the end of when was it? Last expansion, when we had the two corrupted. Was it last expansion? I don't know. The 2 corrupted zones. We had Oldham and we had Vale of the Eternal Blossom and places like that. That was about, for me, the limit. There was just enough new in those zones to feel like it wasn't just a complete cheap, hacky way to just quickly release some content. But when they take a zone and they take the land mass of the zone, and when they like add some new NPCs and some new quests and stuff to it, it seems perfectly acceptable to reuse the same landscapes. And in fact, I think it makes the game feel tighter, more like an actual world, rather than you go to a land mass for 2 years and then you ignore it and you go to a new one.
Our next question from Zella from the guild Almost Sane. In the deep dive, it was mentioned that some flying mounts would be ineligible for dynamic flight due to animation concerns. Could we get some examples of this?
So I think adding dynamic flight to a mount, so it does require a new custom suite of animations for banking and everything else.
Love Rocket. Bet the Love
of our
Rocket
flying
won't get
mounts,
dynamic flight.
It's more challenging than others. There's some that are just simply more awkward to feel reasonable. Think mechanized or very
Mim's head.
stuff like that, exactly. And so we're working through that process. Our goal is we would love to eventually be able to say all of them, any mount that can fly can also dynamic fly, but we have some challenges to work through before we can completely commit to that. So just trying to be reasonable in setting expectations. We're definitely going to come out the gates with hundreds of mounts that can do both, but we'd love to get to 100% eventually.
Yeah, I mean, the goal
Sounds good.
philosophically with mounts is always that they be, a choice. It's a collection. It's something that I want to choose based on an aesthetic. We don't want there to be objectively, right or wrong choices when it comes to mounts. So, we really want to get as many of these mounts.
Long boy right,
as
anything else
fly,
wrong.
But also, even if we can't quite hit 100%, we feel like it's very awesome to be able to provide a lot of these other cool ones, like we saw Invincible and some other ones in there that were, I'm stoked for those to come out.
It's a big deal. I love it. I'm so excited. Our next question is from Moonfire from the guild Karazhan Chess Club. Love that guild name, by the way. Are Delve Gear Rewards going to be done in a raid lockout style, daily Mythic Plus style, or something new?
Yeah, so caveat here, this is all subject to change based on player feedback. We're excited to get this into players' hands with, alpha and beta as soon as possible. Currently, what we're thinking is that you'll be able to run delves kind of as much as you would like. We don't want to have lockouts or anything on those. But as I mentioned, there will be these keys that you can kind of collect, both rare and epic keys. An epic key would probably be something that is like given from the Aiding the Accord style quest, like on a weekly cadence, where the rare keys you can earn from doing activities in the outdoor world, and those are a bit more repeatable. And the gear would most likely be coming from those big, locked chests. But you would still be able to earn things like reputation, faction, a lot of other stuff from running a delve, as well as just if you want to kind of like see how high you can push in your progression, you'll be able to do that whenever you feel like it. You won't need keys to.
I'm really interested in delves,
that's the current plan with delves in terms of.
I want to
rewards
see
and
them. We've not
organization
seen
of how the
anything
flow.
of delves
And
so
of course,
far.
You'll be able to get gear from the Great Vault from the delves.
Yeah.
And the current plan there is that you'll be able to kind of fill that outdoor row bar from doing any number of those outdoor activities. But the we call it high water mark, right? How high of the eye level you're going to see from the delve or from the outdoor row would be from how challenging of a delve you might have done for the week.
All right, our next question from
See, delves, I really, really hope they live up to see what some people are saying about delves already is there is both, there both feels to be an air of excitement, but also an air of concern. I am very interested to see what these delves end up being, but I'm also slightly concerned that they didn't show us anything. They showed us absolutely nothing. I don't think we've seen even
Is that your wallet?
anything more than
You just
concept
glad to
art,
see
really.
Both, I hope.
Zandbank and Meescoin, thank you very much for the subs. I appreciate those. Thank you. 12 months for Meescoin, a full year, nice one, and 8 months for Zandbank. Thank you very much, appreciate it. I really hope that delves do live up to what they claim. They can't be worse than the digs. Well, this is what I hope, right? I hope they're not just digs 2.0, because digs were trash. I really didn't. I could barely fight my way through the digs once, never mind repeatedly. I hope they're not showing us anything because of good reasons. I hope it's that they're not, keeping us in the dark a little bit because I don't know. I'm way too cynical about this sort of stuff, but I really hope the delves end up being good. They seem to be putting so much attention on it. It's an expansion level feature similar to like what we had with Torghast. It already seems to indicate that they are going to heavily incentivize us to do them, which always worries me. Anytime they feel as if it's necessary to heavily incentivize you to do it, that's usually, to me, on the basis of that you might not want to do it, and that's not an option. I hope they're good. I really do hope they're good. I still hope for Torghast 2.0 with delves. Strange to waste so many resources if not. Yeah, the most common perception of these is that they are some sort of twist between Island Expeditions and Torghast, and I hope that's the case. I hope the tie is not too close that it gives people PTSD, but like generally speaking, I think it'd be good. I even liked the Azeroth grind, but maybe that's just you. I think that probably is just you. Is it an option? ? Delves is not for people that enjoy the PvP, Mythic Plus, or raiding, that they don't get their gear from those sources. Well, as far as the vault is concerned, the more boxes you fill in the vault, the better the chance there is of you getting an upgrade. And so, in some regards, that if the world content and delves is on your Great Vault screen, there are players out there that will make sure every box is full, because whenever there's not a box full, that means you are foregoing the chance at an upgrade, which is just unacceptable to some. So we'll see.
From Akacha from Alex Straw's server, do the hero spec trees mean we will get some of the old playstyles back, such as dual-wield survival hunter or two-hand enhancement shaman?
This is a fun question. As we were talking about hero talents early on, like one of the ideas I loved.
Pause, Andy. Is anybody else getting Covenant vibes from these hero talents? Is it just that I've misunderstood it? But it seems to me to be maybe not as ridiculously strict as Covenants, but I don't know. I get Covenant vibes and I don't know why. I worry about these hero talents, that you're going to be presented with some and there will be a mathematical reason for you to take something whether you like it or not. And that's always concerning. Hopefully, obviously, if they give you some ability to freely switch and change, it doesn't matter, but... we were talking about Priest, and we were talking about Anduin, and, we saw him in his kind of, like, battle gear, and I'm like, wouldn't it be cool to have a Priest in plate armor? Like, look at Anduin, how cool is that? And then the more we got to talking about that, the more we were like, that would cause such massive itemization concerns, right? Like, we all meme about, like, hunter loot, but, like, the problems that could occur just in terms of, like, getting all loot's hunter loot.
Specializations based on, wait, just because you're a different hero spec, suddenly you need this item that I'm not used to people needing. So we wanted to really avoid any of those kind of problems. We do think it's a fun space to explore, but that's not currently something that we would do with hero talents. If we wanted to make a change like that, we would want to make it much more global, so that was a lot more understandable.
Our next question from Salim from France.
Archaeology.
Will archaeology make a comeback in the War Within?
No.
So archaeology, as it's been known in the past, I think the triangulation minigame, I do not think is likely to return in that form.
Rip archaeology.
Archaeology, we understand, we hear these questions, understand the desire for and the interest in both the fantasy of uncovering and unearthing aspects of Azeroth's history and the cultures that have lived here for centuries or thousands of years. Also, it's a chance to collect some cool cosmetics and more. So I think we're looking for different vehicles
side activity
for different outlets for that gameplay, for those rewards. It's not hard to imagine, Delve scratching a little bit of that itch as we're journeying with Bran into some of these vaults and locations throughout Khazalgar that we might, in addition to loot and other things, be piecing together some
Vial of the
pieces
Sands
larger
2.0.
narrative and relics of the past.
Via Delves, calling
and,
it
you know,
now.
it's something that the team doesn't want to let go of, entirely. But the feedback we heard by and large about the triangulation minigame was that it was frankly more tedious than fun. And that was, I think, the majority opinion. I know that there's...
Perfect archaeological achievements was the reason for that. There was one reason it became a chore, because you made ungodly difficult to farm out achievements attached to it. Blizzards. The process of running around and doing the mini games and picking up the I can't remember the name of them, the bonus boost things you'd get occasionally, which to this day you can still sell on the auction house. Going through your book and filling them out and then seeing each new one. I think I totally get why people enjoyed archaeology. It was grindy because of those flipping achievements.
Minority who loved it, but I think we in this case are listening to and are guided by the feedback that we're hearing in aggregate.
Was it perfect
There
or
actually will
pristine
be
archaeological
not
fragments or
archaeology,
something?
But a fun feature that is going to help scratch at that itch that Ian was talking about and really dive into some more of the lore of the world in one of those future updates for Dragonflight called Azerothian Archives. Which is, an opportunity for us to kind of take another view at how we might implement something like that. So I'm excited for people to see that, and please give us feedback and if that's something that you enjoy or like. An opportunity to really dive into some more of the lore of the world in one of those future updates for Dragonflight called Azerothian Archives.
Azerothian Archives. What in the hell could Azerothian Archives be? Please don't make me get my shovel out again. I ain't digging more dirt piles, but I think that could be quite cool. If it's... Oh, see, they've done it again, right? They've given me a reason to think. Anytime they give me a reason to think, I'm going to dream up things that are far too... Whodunit 2.0. That could be quite cool, actually. That was quite cool. Vial of the Sands, only from Tolvir. Tolvir is only one zone. Well, yeah, that was true. That was true, I suppose. Dirt, now an evergreen feature. Oh, can you imagine? Blacksmiths crafting shovels forever and a day.
Which is, an opportunity for us to kind of take another view at how we might implement something like that. So I'm excited for people to see that, and please give us feedback and if that's something that you enjoy or like and want to see more of. We're always talking about ways to kind of add depth to the world and add, just the discoverability of some of the story of, these spaces that we're visiting to have so much history and life to them, and having ways to discover that is always something that we're talking about. How can we inject into the world?
Yeah, more info on that coming soon.
Our next question comes from Harrison B. from the Wormwrist Record server. Going into the War Within, are there measures in place to ensure accuracy with previous storylines?
Lore
I think
question,
yes, always,
board.
right? We have a vast team of actual literal, lore historians in our story and franchise development group. We have a fellow by the name of Christopher Metzen, who knows a thing or two about, just the broad arc.
He's Christopher
of Warcraft
nowadays.
history. And yeah, just
Leveled
an amazing team of narrative and quest designers. And
why doesn't Nobble work for Blizzard, by the way? At this point, he should be on payroll. If Nobble's not on payroll, that's crazy, right? Just keep him on retainer. Tell him that he has to make 1 or 2 videos a patch. Keep him on retainer. Pay him a happy price. GG, well played.
And folks who really live and breathe World of Warcraft
Lore is saved.
It's a big, complex space to keep track of. Obviously, we will occasionally miss things. Cue red shirt guy, but by and large, we do everything in our power to keep it all straight and make sure that we're not forgetting anybody. I think something that Taryn Gregory focuses on in particular these days, which is particularly awesome, I think is really tracking and charting the character arcs of all of our major characters, kind of diagramming that out, understanding who's going to be in the background at a given time, who's going to be in the forefront and central to the story, making sure, again, that we're not forgetting anyone, and that if we reach a juncture in our narrative where it just really makes sense for a certain character to be there, they would not have sat idly by while something happened, we're going to make sure that we pay that off and don't neglect it. So yeah.
And also that they're speaking with one voice, right? When you have a team as awesome and as epic as the World of Warcraft team, there's often multiple people working on individual characters, and making sure that there's consistency across those characters is something that the team's really been focusing on.
I really want to see Terran's
Okay.
document on how he tracks all that.
Yeah, they think always sunny whiteboard meme, basically. Pretty close.
I do love how Ian just talks in memes nowadays. You can tell he's the head, the head of a a very successful video game. The fact that literally every third sentence of his is quoting a meme is quite amusing to me.
All right, we have our one last question. It's from Wow from Discord. Any chance on porting the multi-stage casting mechanic from Evoker to other classes? I'd love to see it on Chaos Bolt.
No plans
Charging
to
a
extend that
Chaos
out
Bolt.
in the War
Sheesh.
Within. When we have new kind of iconic mechanics like that for classes, we like to kind of keep them sacred for a little while. And we're not quite out of that window yet, but it's certainly something that, trust me, the team has talked about, and they're excited to explore in different spaces. There's obvious examples like, Chaos Bolt's a fun one, but also Hunters are one that I've heard the feedback a lot of times, like, can I just pull the bow, more and more? It's very iconic in terms of gaming mechanics. So definitely something we're talking about. But
Aim
not
shot
something that we're
already
looking
slaps.
to extend in the War Within.
Thank you so much, guys, for talking about the War Within today.
And thank you all for the amazing questions. This is really just the tip of the iceberg, right? It's so exciting for us to pull back the curtain, show everyone what we've been working on and what's coming your way next year. I know there's many more questions out there. We're going to keep looking to get information out to all of you and just kind of continue the conversation as we move ahead towards Alpha in the spring.
Yeah, what he said.
Still quoting the
Don't go
spring
anywhere,
then.
guys. We're going to have a Q&A with the Warcraft Classic team.
No, we're not. Okay, cool. Well, I'm actually quite impressed with the questions they picked for that. I was super concerned that they were just going to cherry pick easy to answer fluff questions, but they did actually genuinely pick up on quite a few questions which were actually on the tip of the tongue of many players. It's nice to see a lot of focus on the Warband stuff. Clearly they made a big deal of it about BlizzCon anyway, but it also has sparked a lot of conversation generally, so that's good to see. And all apart from that, did I get a full bingo? Yeah, we weren't doing bingo for this, unfortunately, but we would have got pretty close. Everything apart from the very difficult to watch answer about the 3-day release was, generally speaking, I think pretty good. Some changes to inspiration and work orders, to me personally, sounds very positive. I don't necessarily agree with an example of a fix that they gave in terms of things like NPC work orders. I don't think that fixes a problem. I think that's just another band-aid. That's another band-aid, another distraction. That's just like, okay, we'll do this to shut people up again. I don't think that really actually improves the quality of the gameplay, of the content. I certainly would not consider filling an NPC work order to be fun. You would do it for one purpose and one purpose only, and that's a very calculated way to make a bit of raw gold. That's what it boils down to. There's no other way that NPC work orders would offer any more than that. The only other possible benefit to NPC work orders is it's should we say, a bad luck protection, a catch-up mechanic. If those NPC work orders are personal to your character, it means that even a zero-effort Andy can know that they will, on a weekly basis, be able to fill X amount of work orders, right? So if you want to pick up your profession, either you play on a dead server or either you are not willing to put in too much effort, you know categorically that you'll be able to do a certain amount of work orders per week, which should hopefully alleviate the problem that they had in Dragonflight, where if you didn't do work orders, you were hard capped with your professions. Either until you superseded the need to do them by going a very specific way in your spec tree, or spending 10 times the amount of gold on mass crafting something that you really shouldn't need to. There are some slight ways where NPC work orders could help smooth out the system. I think Dragonflight Professions had that problem, and we saw it coming in the alpha, and we saw it coming in the beta. And when I did my little profession video series at the beginning of Dragonflight, I made it abundantly clear that this was only ever going to be a guide that would get you to like level 50. Anything past 50 in most cases was always subject to doing something with work orders, unless you were willing to wait a huge amount of time. NPC work orders would kind of maybe smooth that process out a little bit, but I certainly wouldn't consider it to be. It's a sidestep. It's more like a hot fix to the system we already have. I don't see it really as an improvement or a development on the system. Hopefully they'll come up with some other stuff. But generally speaking, pretty good. Nice to see that they picked out some questions that weren't, too fluffy, too easy to answer. But for me, boys and girls, I'm going to leave it there for today. The stream went on a little bit longer than I expected, mostly because my love of the spacebar means that a 36-minute video probably took us way over an hour. But I think we got some good stuff from that. Tomorrow for Team NA is obviously a big day because it's the launch of Season 3. Us over in Team EU will need to wait till Wednesday, but tomorrow is going to be a fun day. I might do what I did last week. I'm very tempted to do what I did last week and take Tuesday off from streaming on the basis of that Wednesday will be a bumper stream. And it means that if I'm not streaming, I can put a little bit more effort into making a YouTube video. We will see. I haven't quite decided yet. My week didn't start off the way I planned it to. IRL is getting in the way a touch. That's a topic for another day. But we will be back tomorrow in some fashion. Either stay tuned for a YouTube video, or I might do maybe not a full reaction to this, but I might take a question or two from this and talk about it in a bit more detail. I think that would be helpful for a wider audience. But I hope you enjoyed today. Thank you very much. Come say hi over on the Discord if you're not there already. There's quite a lot of discussions going on around different goal-making activities in the Discord at the moment. Some of it swaying slightly more to complaining about recent exploits, but that's always going to be a thing. Hit the like button on this stream if you're watching over on YouTube. Hit the follow button if you are watching over on Twitch. Have yourselves a wonderful rest of the day, and I'll catch you all next time, boys and girls. Peace.